the runs. It's about playing positive, yes, scoring when the opportunities present themselves, but at the same time, they want to keep their wickets intact. And Craig Brathwaite, for me, is quite key. He has that ability to spend long periods at the crease, and once he's out there, West Indies will feel relatively assured that he can bat through the day.
And Nkrumah Bonner is still there, Courtney, but there was a little touchy moment yesterday where Sri Lanka had the opportunity to dismiss him.
Yes, there was. He thought I had a little nick. No, they didn't really appeal from what we saw. So I think he's very happy to be there now. His job is to bat with the captain, as Samuel mentioned. We know what Craig can do. The thing for me is that don't go out there expecting anything to happen. Play what you see. The wicket has played pretty well yesterday, and I'll be expecting the odd delivery to do something. It's a 5-day wicket, but don't go out there anticipating. Play what you see.
It's interesting for me, though, with no crowds in the ground, and usually when the ground is full or half full and you hear all this noise, there are a number of occasions already in the Test match where edges either have not been heard by players or umpires. I mean, technology is picking up a lot of stuff.
And it just goes to show how difficult an umpire's job is. And you're right, with the crowds in, you might expect that these edges and these sounds go unnoticed. And with no one here, it's still going unnoticed. So sometimes we look at decisions that umpires make and we are quick to criticize, but we see how difficult it can be. None of us heard it, none of the players heard it close by, and it's a tough job.
Courtney smiling over there. We don't get a criticism from our commentary panel.
No, we don't. But I was just going to say to you, to me, it's not just the umpire on this occasion. The players were on the field of play, and no one saw the hurry, so you can't blame the umpire for that. I mean, the players themselves as well, not seeing or hearing what's going on, so it's a two-way street.
Thank you very much, Courtney. And Samuel, well, let's get the West Indies and Sri Lanka perspective. Here's Alex Jordan.
Craig Brathwaite, this is set up beautifully for lovers of Test cricket. Here we are on the final day. What is the team's plan or mindset going into today?
Well, we have a positive mindset. I mean, we don't want to think too far ahead. The key for us is, take it hour by hour, session by session. And that's our focus, to be honest.
Well, we saw a lot of runs being scored day 3 and 4. You faced 65 balls already. What's it like out there?
Well, it's a good pitch still, to be honest. Obviously, Sri Lanka bowling very disciplined. So, it's just about us being patient. I think once we, don't get too far ahead of ourselves and we show that discipline, I think that's the key. I think it's still a good pitch. Ball isn't really spinning. But, the guy's bowling well, so, we have to be really disciplined today.
It was Saranga Lakmal who did the damage in the first innings, but how important will Lasith Mbuldenia be for you today?
Yeah, look, I think he will be, and I think he's very, very aware of that. We know that Lakmal's going to do what Saranga Lakmal does. He's going to put pressure on the batsman. He's going to challenge the outside and inside edge. He's going to challenge the front pad. We're hoping Vichy Fernando can swing it. Chimera has got that little bit of pace. But, of course, that all goes to nothing if you haven't got somebody who's holding it and building pressure from the other side. So the partnership is reversed now. We talk about bowling partnerships. And he's got a massive role to play in that. And then, hopefully, when it starts really gripping and turning and there's enough rough for him, he becomes our striker and takes it home for us.
Mickey, Sri Lanka haven't won a test in over a year. You're set up well today. What are your targets for this first session?
I think, it's going to be very simple, and I think the messages just need to stay really simple. We don't need to deviate from what we've done in the test match. Control the run rate, build pressure, challenge the outside edge, challenge the inside edge, challenge the pad, really bowl the ball. But, the message is 9 good balls. That's all it takes. And it even might be 5 good balls and 4 mistakes. Whatever it is, we need 9 events today. And if we get that, we'll be very happy.
Thank you, Mickey. Go well today.
Thanks, Alex.
A Herculean task for the West Indies to score 341 runs on day 5 of this Test match if they are to win. We had an early shower, but the forecast suggests that we will have a full 90 overs for both teams today. It's Curtly Ambrose squared at the moment. I'm standing on his end, and the great man is alongside me. So we'll hear from him a little bit later on about this pitch. What I've seen over the course of the 4 days is a constant wearing of the areas outside the line of the off stump for the right-handers and outside the line of the off stump for the left-handers as well. What we haven't seen are spinners utilizing these areas and turning balls into batsmen. There was a particular delivery yesterday that Rakeem Cornwall bowled that extracted significant bounce, turn, beat the batsman and the wicketkeeper. So I expect that Sri Lankan spinners will try to utilize these areas a lot more to get those remaining 9 wickets. So Kirtley, what you got for us?
Final day of this test match. Day 5 it is. What will be the outcome? Which way will it go? We'll have to wait. However, right in this spot, there's a bit of indentation. You can rock the ball a little bit, it won't come out. 2 deliveries yesterday were pitched in the same exact area from Chimera, and we saw a difference in bounce, which tells me that there will be variable bounce all through today, which will be a serious challenge for the batsmen.
Indeed, seamers, they have taken a lot of wickets. Now, I want to just bring your attention to this strip, wicket to wicket. It's very good still. Solid, hard, should produce constant bounce, should be easier for batting. We have only seen 3 LBW dismissals in this test match. So you don't want to be in this area if you're trying to get wickets. Which will be easier today, 341 runs or taking 9 wickets? I'm sure it's taking 9 wickets.
Well, all is set up for this final day as the players were earlier going through all their warm-up routines. Rain has just started spitting again. We'll take a short break and we'll come back with more.
The glory of a test match win awaits one team today. We had a second shower that has just stopped proceedings a bit. The umpires making their way onto the field. Good news is the rain has abated. Ground staff removing the covers. And we should get play very soon in this 5th and final day of the first Sandals test match between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. Highly anticipated day's play. In the previous 4 days, we've seen Sri Lanka win the war of attrition, you can say. After being behind in the first couple of days, they've gone ahead, firmly in control of this test match. Sir Kirtley Ambrose alongside me. We've seen some really good test match cricket so far.
Certainly is a good test match up to this point. And as you quite rightly mentioned, DG Ganga, final day of this test match, all to play for. Sri Lanka needs 9 wickets to win this first test. West Indies need to get another 341 runs. Who is going to take it? Which way will it go? How is it going to end? But I'm anticipating an intriguing test match. final day.
All three options still available to both teams. This match can go either way. Sri Lanka, just 20 overs in this, the fourth and final innings. A new ball, still relatively new. And if you missed it, this is where we are. Sri Lanka incenting to bat first on day one, got to 169 at the halfway stage. The West Indies led Sri Lanka by 102 runs. And then it was really purposeful batting effort by the Sri Lankans that set the West Indies 375 runs to win this test. Gregory Brathwaite on debut as a test match umpire alongside Joel Wilson in his 21st test as an umpire. Inspecting the outfield. I don't think we're far away from a start here on day 5. Yesterday we had that solitary wicket to fall. John Campbell nibbling at one outside the off-stump. Vishwa Fernando probing with his left arm seam. He'll be a handful today if he gets that ball to swing, as we've seen in that first innings. And Sri Lanka as a bowling group, they've shown really good skills circuitally, ability to seam the ball, to swing the ball. They've been controlled in terms of their lengths as well.
And that is the key factor for them going into this last day. They're not the quickest bowlers, and of course on a very slow pitch. So that good length, keep asking questions of the batsmen, will be the key. And they've certainly done that throughout this test match. And it will be a battle of wits. There'll be a battle of patience. And who exercise the best patience and keep the composure may come out on top. But long way to go.
Wind quite strong as per normal at this venue. Kumabana with Lady Luck on his side. And a feather of an edge that was not given. No one appealed. As a batsman, when you get a chance like this, you always think that it's going to be your day, your innings. That is where his headspace should be. Kumabana, early days in his test career though.
This first hour is going to be crucial for both teams. Sri Lanka obviously would want to pick up a couple of wickets as early as possible, get into that middle order of the West Indies, put them under some pressure. But at the same token, both Brathwaite and Bonner will want to negotiate this first hour.
Sri Lanka found themselves in a good position on the backdrop of some really good batting. To Sanka in particular, the star of that second innings, the fourth Sri Lankan to score a century on Test match debut. Only 6 boundaries. But every time you saw him on strike, he found the gaps quite easily, then tried to power the ball. A product of Sri Lanka's first-class setup. There's been a wide open debate about the quality of that first-class setup in Sri Lanka. Now, this is a product, a successful one.
That is so important, DG Ganga, to have a good, strong, quality first-class setup. So when you do get a chance to play international cricket, you're not too far off. Unlike the West Indies at this moment, in recent times, our quality in terms of regional cricket has been so low. Most of these guys are averaging in the low 20s, mid-20s in first-class cricket, 30. That would not make it in international cricket, especially Test cricket. You've got to dominate regional cricket consistently, get your average into the 40s. So when you get to Test cricket, one or two little tweaks here and there, and you'll be okay. But we as Caribbean people, we expect these guys to dominate international cricket when they can hardly dominate regional cricket. And it may sound harsh, but it's a reality, it's a fact.
Confirmation that play will start at 10:15 a.m. local time. So a 15-minute delay because of the few showers we've had this morning. To add to your point about the quality of first-class cricket in the Caribbean, I know that Cricket West Indies was looking to adopt a hybrid version of that first-class structure in this season. Not quite sure we will have 4-day cricket this season because of the pandemic, but I know initiatives are being put in place to increase the intensity of the first-class game here in the Caribbean. The Russian Dikwela will also be feeling quite good about his innings yesterday. 96, his highest test score. Wasn't able to convert, but his partnership with Nasanka, 179, was a record 6-wicket partnership between the West Indies and Sri Lanka in Test match cricket. Record for Sri Lanka, of course. Didn't really sound too disappointed when we spoke with him at the end of the day's play yesterday. He was more concerned about the team being in a dominant position. It was his dismissal. Sometimes your strength could become your weakness. He's usually very good using the angles, deflecting the ball. Not on that occasion.
Trying to guide it down to third man. Inside there, trying to the stumps. Even Roach was a happy man. But that's good to know. I mean, of course, he would have wanted to score a century, which is so important. But for him to say that as long as his team is in a good position to win, that tells you that he's the team man.
Russian Dikwela achieved his 18th Test match half century. I think the most by any Test batsman. And was not going on to convert into a century. Final preparations on the way here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Craig Brathwaite still at the crease, was very watchful, very sedate in his approach yesterday, and you could understand why. It was a matter of survival for him to ensure that he is fresh and ready for today's challenge. Very important series for both teams. Sri Lanka ranked 7th, West Indies 8th.
Only 3 rating points separate Sri Lanka and West Indies. West Indies go on to win this game and this series, they could jump ahead of Sri Lanka. And that is exactly what they probably would be hoping for. On the other hand, Sri Lanka would want to win this game and series to stay ahead. So a lot to play for.
India and New Zealand at the top. They will play the final of the Test Championship. Australia 3rd, England 4th. Also, Sri Lanka has a dominant record against the West Indies in Test matches. This is the 21st Test match played between both teams. Sri Lanka wins today. It will take them to 10 wins against the West Indies. West Indies, on the other hand, with a chance, an improbable one, to win this Test match. Only 4 wins for the West Indies so far against Sri Lanka. All 4 of those wins coming to the West Indies whilst playing in the Caribbean.
So history isn't on the side of the West Indians. But at the end of the day, they got to go and perform and be positive and try to win this game.
A big announcement yesterday. Cricket West Indies and its CEO, Johnny Grave, announced that the West Indies will compete against England in 2022. 5 T20 internationals in store and 3 test matches. That will take place during January and March in 2022. Good news for international cricket here in the Caribbean. Will be a highly anticipated series.
Venues are yet to be decided. I think as we speak, there's a bidding war going on. It's going to be interesting to see which territory hosts these games. But the most important thing that we will have cricket, and that's so important.
Might have a chance to have spectators at the ground. Who knows? We're hoping we'll go past this pandemic that the world faces at the moment. As good as it gets in Test match cricket. Craig Brathwaite and his team willing to show character, resolve. This first session will be crucial to both teams. Trends in this Test match, we've seen much more wickets to fall in the first session and the last session as against the middle session, so that would have been a discussion across both teams prior to the start of today's play. And as we mentioned at the pitch report, Sir Curtly Ambrose, seamers, they've dominated proceedings in terms of wicket taking.
They certainly have. Spinners are yet to play a major role in this Test match. Could this final day be the day when they do? It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a serious challenge for the West Indies batsmen. Pitch is a bit too paced. And Lockman is going to be a serious threat. Coming off a 5-wicket haul in the first innings. Bowled in good areas. You've got to really pay attention to him. 1-2 delivery is keeping low as well. So that's another issue for the batsmen. Intriguing final day.
What we won't see is a Sri Lankan bowling unit, especially the fast bowlers, trying to blast these West Indian batsmen out. They rely a lot on their consistency. They show a lot of patience when they bowl. They bowl in partnership with each other. Show those elements they will rely on to get them wickets, these remaining 9 wickets. Craig Brathwaite wouldn't be too concerned with his strike rate. I still feel he has to keep a positive mind and bat himself into a hole. And Kruma Bono will be thinking about his heroics in that Bangladesh series and the elements that worked for him as a batsman. Looks quite easy at the crease oftentimes. Looks like he has a lot of time to play the ball. He gets himself into good positions. And it's the mental side of the game that will challenge you more when you're in a situation like this. 90 overs ahead of you. How will the West Indies batsmen negotiate those 90 overs? We're about to see. First ball of day 5 will be bowled by Suranga Lakmal. Here he goes. Loud appeal just losing his footing, Craig Brathwaite. Roshan Dickwella sharing his view with his captain, Karna Ratner. They lost the review yesterday.
2 seconds.
No time left.
They've decided against going upstairs. They're not all that convinced. Some of them were. Clearly came off the thigh pad. Of course, you know, as cricketers, and you hear a sound and it's close to the bat, you're going to go up.
Good pair of eyes, Sir Curtly Ambrose, off the thigh pad, a big spike. First run in the day's play to Craig Brathwaite and the West Indies. Some batsmen focus on playing time, some batsmen have their own mechanism to keep them batting long periods. Some batsmen actually bat with a clear mind and focus on every single ball, get into that routine of batting ball on merit. Whatever works for you will be important. The execution of that plan and approach quite crucial today.
Of course, these first few overs is going to be important for both Bonner and Captain Craig Brathwaite. They need to look and see what's happening. This is a day 5 pitch, but at the same time, you don't want to be ultra defensive, that when they get a bad delivery, you can't put it away.
The approach here should be to minimize the loss of wickets in this first session. We've seen teams average 2.4 to 3.1 in terms of run rate throughout this test match. The required run rate to get 341, now 340, just about 3.7 runs per over. So that required run rate, if the West Indies are to win, a lot higher than what we've seen from both teams in this test match.
And that is why it's going to be extremely difficult for them, because talking about a 5th-day pitch with variable bounce. So it's very difficult to score at that rate. Can be achieved, but it's not going to be easy.
Two runs from the first over, 36 for 1.
Over ball.
Vishwa Fernando will partner Saranga Lakmal. Will we see swing from the left arm seamer? First morning of the 4th day, we saw him produce an over that accounted for the remaining 2 wickets. First was Rakeem Cornwall, then Shannon Gabriel to close the West Indies innings. Here he is again on the 5th morning. Only 3 test matches to Nkrumah Bonner and Kyle Mayers, so some inexperience in this West Indies batting lineup. What will be relied on? Jim in Blackwood, Jason Holder, and Joshua De Silva, who looked really solid in that first innings.
Fernando picked up that wicket of John Campbell yesterday, and of course would want to add to that 1 wicket.
Easy single. Cover is open for Nkrumah Bonner. Line of attack fairly straight still to the right-hander. 2 slips on a gully. And a heavy onside field. There's a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and a square leg with a fine leg. So Sri Lanka bowling straight lines. Of a dust. Little disintegration of the surface outside the line of the off stump. So Kirtley Ambrose, we made that distinction. Outside the line of the stumps, more disintegration than on the line of the stumps. Aberdeen might just prove to be a handful in these conditions if he utilizes the wear and tear, but center of this pitch still very good, very hard, compact.
Even though it has been a lot slower the last couple of days, the pitch really held up well over 5 days. Boldinia will relish his chance when that comes. Probably utilize those footmarks.
As mentioned earlier, we had a couple showers, so start of play 10:15 a.m. local time today. What that means is lunch will now be taken at 12:15 p.m.
So you have to wait 15 minutes later to eat your lunch, DG Ganga. 37 for 1.
If ever there was a day that you'd want to be switched on for this test match, it's today. Very intriguing day's play in store for you. Brathwaite and Bonner. This partnership just 25 from 96. This is very good. Turning the strike over. Sure, Sri Lanka will have different plans for these batsmen.
That is what we want to see on a regular basis. Soft hands, drop the ball in front of you and go. It put pressure on the fieldmen. Simply means they'll have to get a little closer to stop that single. They'll have a chance to push it past that close-in fielder. But this is good cricket so far by the West Indies.
Worked away through the onside. Suranga Lakmal getting a little too straight to Craig Brathwaite. And a slightly different feel for Suranga Lakmal because he takes the ball away from the right-hander. Instead of 2 slips, there are 3 slips in play. And there is a cover because the natural tendency for the right-hander is to hit the ball in that region with the swing. Now there's a change for Bonner. Cover goes into that leg gully position. Two slips on a gully as well for Nkrumah Bonner, not 3. But I will be mindful of that delivery that just hits and comes in from the right-handed Lakmal. That delivery is the one that creates that indecision in your mind as a batsman because you're not quite sure which one is going to come in with the angle. Just held its own, that delivery going on. A line, just enticing Bonner to play.
Very, very good delivery. Just left Bonner slightly. He had to play. And that's the quality of Lakmal. He's consistently in that area.
Well defended, good solid defensive shot by Nkrumah Bonner, 39 for 1. Quite intense the morning so far. And it's very easy for Craig Brathwaite. We know that he is an on-sided player, so he'll feel much more comfortable with the ball onto his pads and just be the kickstart that he wants to his innings today.
Just a little bit too straight by Fernando. Need to start that delivery just about off stump or just outside off stump post stump, as they call it. So one of two things. If he keeps going straight on, you have a chance of inducing the edge. If he comes back a bit, it will end up just about off stump, which is still good. You start middle and leg, because of the angle, you're going to get clip off into the onside. So he's got to be very careful of where he starts that delivery.
What Craig Brathwaite has in abundance is powers of concentration. He is quite patient as a batsman. If you're bowling wide of the off stump, he very rarely goes at it. Like Gully in play now. I like that line. Although he's set him up in the onside, still probing the offside, and this is why the first innings was a delivery outside the line of the off stump that got him, induced him into playing a shot. He was well caught by Dhananjaya De Silva in that second slip position.
That is certainly the area to bowl. You do that consistently, you will test Craig Brathwaite's patience. Good seam position. Look at that. That is beautifully bowled. Well played as well by Brathwaite.
And a bit of mind games as well, because there's a heavy onside field, so as a batsman you're thinking that the line will be straight, and then he goes with two deliveries outside the off stump. You might just be inclined to playing and fishing at those two deliveries. He goes too much down the leg side, but it keeps you thinking all the time as a batsman. Two captains in their own right. Dimuth Karunaratne would have taken over the captaincy of this Sri Lankan Test side in 2019. He's into his 10th Test match as captain. Test match, this one with the West Indies and Sri Lanka. But along the way, he's shared that responsibility with Dinesh Chandimal across that time period, from him being captain in the first test in 2019. That's a fielder in that hip pocket area. End of the over, 41 for 1.
That is exactly what I was alluding to earlier. Latmal, look at the area, good length, consistently. Look at that, 67%, and that is good. Nothing short, one or two foolish delivery, which can work, but look at the areas. DG Ganga, that is very, very good.
With the reducing bounce on this surface, he might want to be in the higher end or closer to the batsman in that band, which is considered a good length, more to that 6-meter marker. That's perfect.
Lakmal and company, Fernando, they're not usually accustomed to bowling on fast surfaces in Sri Lanka. So you must find ways to improve on your skills in order to be successful at this level. Hence they can swing the ball and they bowl in good areas consistently.
Big single taken. Running has been quite good by these two at the crease.
So when they do get on a surface that is offering some assistance with swing and seam, they could really be more than a handful for batsmen. Because it's never easy to bowl on flat surfaces day in, day out.
Many of those deliveries should be on that line that touches the green line. Good to full length, because I mean the 50 of this test match, so the bounce reducing. The edge of that red and green band is where Lakmal will want to be in terms of his length.
And of course, because of the inconsistency of the bounce on his track, even if you go a little bit full, the batsmen are not sure of the bounce, so you could get away with that. But I really like that grouping on that good length. Look at that. That is consistency at its best.
Went for the pull. Luckily for Nkrumah Bonner, it flew over the wicketkeeper. He gets a boundary and releases the pressure a bit.
Probably didn't expect it. The short delivery in Nkrumah Bonner. Looking to get on the front foot. Wasn't in control at all, but got away with it.
It's really good to see that Suranga Lakmal has chosen that option. Sometimes as a batsman, you get into the habit of going forward. You're not expecting a short ball. He goes again.
And that is good bowling. There's a fine leg and a deep backward square for the pull shot. Now another adjustment has been made. Square leg is now in front of square, because of course it can have 3 men behind square. So he's now moved in front of square.
Secretly, is it a bluff? Will he go in that corridor again outside the off stump? And he's just trying to distract probably Nkrumah Bonner with the short ball.
I will go for that ball in that corridor. Just let him think about something. But 3 men back for the hook shot. Another adjustment again. Now what? A fly slip. Now this is interesting. This is interesting, DG Ganga.
Very much so. I don't think I've ever seen this in Test match cricket. As expected, he went with that good length delivery. 47 for 1. Some creativity being shown by this man, Karunaratne, Suranga Lakmal and Sri Lanka, showing clearly that they're quite intent on getting these 9 wickets. That's what you expect. There is the incentive of a test match win yet again for Sri Lanka, and they work really hard. They would have had their plans set out, directed by this man on screen, Mickey Arthur, the coach of Sri Lanka. How the emotions have swayed from disappointment the first couple days now to confidence. Late call. Makes it safely in the end. Brathwaite, he looked switched on.
I reckon that was a little bit risky. The call was late, and Kumabana wasn't really ready for that. He was looking back, ball watching. So that would have been a bit risky. This. They say when you're a non-striker and the ball goes behind you, like that one did just a moment ago, you're supposed to be focusing on the striker. Well, there's a point to it, but let's be honest here. When the ball goes behind you, you still tend to have a little quick look to be sure.
It's a natural instinct. Preserve your wickets. There is that element of you wanting to look for yourself.
They say you should trust your partner. But nothing is wrong with that. But I can tell you, you're still going to have a little look. It's instinctive. Way down the leg side this time by Fernando.
Haven't seen Bishop Fernando bowl from over the wicket yet for the morning. To me, that angle is still a viable option for a left-arm seamer, especially to a right-hander. At times, a right-hander could get that front leg, that left foot going across the wicket, so the LBW comes into play. Flies through that third slip region. Created the opportunity for a wicket, but no fielders there. .52 for 1.
Good full pitch delivery. Edged the way past that vacant first slip position. And Kumabana living dangerously.
The partnership so far between these two. Building. Still 2 slips and a gully for Sri Lanka. Calmez, left-handed batsman, to come next. And there are 3 right-handers, and that of Blackwood, that's Silva, Jason Holder. I think Rakeem Cornwall might just get a promotion. Judging from that innings we saw from Rakeem Cornwall, sure, he might be batting ahead of Alzari Joseph. What do you reckon, Sir Kirtley? As an Antiguan, the topic of those 2 Antigans?
I think that Rakeem Cornwall should bat ahead of Alzari Joseph. One might argue Alzari Joseph has had some good scores, but I still think that Cornwall should bat ahead of Alzari Joseph.
Craig Brathwaite, appointed captain of this West Indies Test side throughout this entire Test match. Seen him very early in the nets working on his batting. 32 average from 67 Test matches. He's been fairly solid at the top of the innings for the West Indies in those 67 Test matches. Has quite a few talented players on his team. Eight Test match centuries to his name. One of those 8 scored batting the 2nd time around in a Test match.
And 2050s to go with it as well. Best of 212. Just need to be a little more consistent as you go along. Try and improve on that 32 average.
Negotiates that one well. Doesn't look too comfortable, but he's still there. 52 for 1.
$52 for 1, the West Indies. The final target will be 375, but early days they were thinking about that. They were thinking about building a partnership, batting until lunch, reassess from there. Captain Brathwaite and Nkumabana going about it in their own manner and fashion. So far they've been rotating the strike pretty well this morning. Like the attitude that you see, running aggressively, putting the field under pressure. They'll be thinking, let's bat till lunch and reassess. The only thing they need to worry about is what's happening in the middle. That's what they can control.
different line of attack, Courtney Walsh. The man who was at that deepish sort of leg gully position is dispensed of the helmet and he's in at slip, so more often than not across the right-hander. He got his line wrong there.
You can tell the thinking. Obviously, coming into Craig wasn't working or has not worked. They want to try a different angle of attack, different strategy. Got the line wrong on that occasion, but the thought process is not bad. Good bit of feeling in the end. Lakmal. Can't imagine my bowling partner Kurt Ambrose doing that back in the days.
But he will tell you he wouldn't have needed to dive. Good, you've got to take what is given to you.
Yes, and they look very purposeful this morning. They're rotating the strike, taking the singles, not just sitting back and waiting. They're trying to make something happen, the batsmen. Because they know if they get a good partnership going, they have every chance of, based on what happened in Bangladesh, chasing down these runs. And that's what you get, the confidence you get when you've done things like that before in the past. So I like the tempo that they're going at the moment. Still getting the ball to swing back in. Fernando. Let's see.
Outstretched hand of Dushmanta Chamira eluded. That might just put him in the frame for a short spell. Some point. 59 for 1. Another one for Suranga Lakmal, who shifted his line of attack today. Yesterday when he started with the outswing, he was a touch wide of off stump. Today, bowled a straighter line, looking to bring the stumps, the pads into play, as well as the outside and inside edge. Man at leg gully still.
And that comes with experience, Ian. He's been out there long enough. Sets the wicket on a 50 wicket. It's the best line to bowl. Because when you group like that, you're trying to get the edge. You have LBW and you have ball down. So you're giving yourself 3 options of getting wickets. So with the experience that he's gained playing over the years, even though he's got slip and like a leg slip in play, his main focus right now is attacking them stumps. Now, the batsmen have been playing pretty well so far this morning, but you can tell Blackwood plan. He's trying to make sure if they make a mistake, he gives himself a chance.
Courtney Walsh, I just want to, it took me, from memory, I think it took me about 2.5 years to understand how to get wickets at test match level, to get an understanding of where to put the ball. That's my own experience. What was yours? When did you feel, hey, I understand this bowling game now?
Probably about 1.5 years, close to 2 years, because the first season I didn't play, first tour, went to Australia and played, and when you think you know what you're doing, you realize test match level is another step up, so you have to readjust your own game and your game plan, your game awareness, assessing the wicket and assessing opposition. So it took me probably close to 2 years to get a common understanding that, hey, this is what I've got to do day in, day out on a more consistent basis, and then make the adjustment according to conditions.
Just for young bowlers around the Caribbean and around wherever you are, the reason I ask that question is that I've had conversations with past generations, just as Courtney's done. Courtney's been in the ear of many of the bowlers, and a lot of the time what I get is, how are you trying to get a wicket? Well, I'm trying to get a wicket this ball, I'm trying to get a wicket the next ball. And so as a young bowler, there's a rush to get wickets, forgetting the planning and spacing out that it takes. And how long has Lakmal taken to get past the outside edge today?
And that's part of his planning, and it's part of the process. Now, what I used to tell young fast bowlers as we look at this delivery is been it in the right areas. Still didn't get the wicket, but it's on is that also bowling a maiden is just like taking a wicket. Because if you can hit 6 balls in the same area consistently, then when the time comes for you to make those adjustments, you will. So look at a maiden over as a success as well, if you hit the areas that you want to hit.
Roddy Estwick in the middle, bowling coach. No. 60 for 1. Vishwa Fernando is out of the attack. Dushmanta Chamira. Courtney, you talked about good lengths. One of the other things that I'm fascinated with in my discussions with young bowlers is understanding what your wicket-taking ball is. Come back to that. For example, I didn't do it well, nowhere near as well as you and Sir Kirtley. Let me just say that. But what I tried theoretically to do was, I was an outswing bowler mainly. If I was bowling to a top-class player, I'd try not to show him my outswinger too early, because that was my wicket ball. I wasn't very good at nipping the ball back. But I'd go down the line, and then look to use my wicket-taking ball only sparingly. Similarly, when there was reverse swing, I wouldn't show the reverse swing moving in too much. To a lower order batsman, yes, I tried to do it often, but to a top-class player, I'd space it out.
And that's the correct thing to do, to try to surprise him. I mean, once you can do it consistently, you're going to get better returns. But I myself, when I just started, was a better in-swing bowler than outswing. I used to see him away the odd one, but I would just want to be holding my line outside the off stump. Let them think I'm looking to get outswing. But when I'm going to try to get the wicket now, then I go for the stock delivery. And if you have it in the right area, you have a better chance. So you try to surprise the batsman. You don't show him that wicket-taking delivery all the time. And then because it's your wicket-taking delivery, you try to line it up right. You want to get the right amount of pace behind it, get it in the right area to make sure everything is spot on. So what you do, you savor the moment for it. And whenever it comes through, that celebration sometimes is a lot more than other people anticipate, because it's a plan coming together the way you want it to come together. Good areas by Shanira for the start of his first over. Wicket, to me, is playing nicely. It's a 50-day pitch, let's not forget that. The odd ball might do something. What you don't want to be thinking about from a batsman point of view is that something is going to happen. Play each ball on merit. And from a bowling perspective, just keep focusing on what you have to do. You can see it's a well-worn pitch.
What I want young players, young bowlers to look at is the column with S and R. That's the number of deliveries on average that, say, Dushman Chamira will take to get a wicket. So you don't get a wicket every ball. Now, when you get to the great men, Courtney Walsh, Curtly Ambrose, the late Sir Malcolm Marshall, Dale Steyn, guys like that, it's perhaps in the 40s, close to 50. Inside edge. Just a shift of length on that last one. 61 for 1. Ground staff who've been very good have just cleared the bowler's landing area of loose impediments. Also gives you an indication as to why Niroshan Bikwela said yesterday that they're looking big time on the last day to last Embaldenia. With the foot marks, the scuffing of the pitch over 4 days.
Yes, you expect something to give when you look at those foot marks and the wear and tear of the pitch. But this is a very extended spell by Lacknell. And he's gone 12 overs. Only 15 runs. So he's doing a job for the team as captain.
Watch for the short ball attack here as well, because there are 3 men deep square and behind square. And there is no doubt that Bonner would have seen that field set and would have perhaps been expecting a shorter length right of your screen.
Good ball and good thinking. Bonner was thinking about the short delivery and he got the perfect pitch. A strange field have got set for him. They've got 3 men in the deep. They've got like a fly slip behind the wicket keeper. So you expect to see a couple of short deliveries this over. Blackwood will be thinking to outfox him at the same time. So that was a good delivery to start it.
Not to mention that man right behind the keeper. The partnership comes up.
You can tell that he's working very hard by that reaction. Blackwood working very, very hard. Looking up into the heavens. Well, might be saying to himself as well, this has got to be my last one for now, unless something's happened. Going back to change the field again to Craig Brathwaite.
One ball speaks to what Courtney and myself have been talking about. He set the field for the short ball to both batsmen now, but he hasn't shown it yet.
And the question is, will he? Because he doesn't have to. But it will be in the back of the batsman's mind.
Yep, saved it up. 62 for 1.
Overboard.
A probing spell by Suranga Lakmal, who sometimes led this Sri Lankan team, along with Dinesh Chandimal, who's captained the team as well, the man in charge, Dimuth Karunaratne. Just 12 off his 6 overs. Dushmanta Chamira. Gone well, the West Indies batsmen. But just for me as well, Courtney, I'm looking. Of course, we're here today, we're present, we're doing our job, but I'm starting to look ahead to the next test match and trends that I've started to see from bowlers and batsmen for the second match of a series. So I was investigating Pathum Nisanka's 100 yesterday and where he scored his runs, because I'm intrigued to see how they match up next test match. So I'm looking square of the wicket. Little man, so you expect the short men to play well square where the boundaries are concerned, not as much down the ground. One I can see down the ground. So what that tells me is that we're going to have to try, if we're a bowling unit, as he goes into his career, to bowl maybe fuller to him, but to definitely bowl straighter, maybe middle and off stump. Take away the square options. Not that you're not going to bring the short ball into play and get him maybe caught at slip, but certainly a lot more often at the stumps and of a fuller length with the appropriate field.
And that's the beauty about having the technology now, Ian. You can go have a look at it, see where the strengths of the batsman was, where his weaknesses are, and then plan accordingly. And I agree with you 100% that you need to look at where the runs were being scored, and then you try to nullify that with your own game plan.
Let me just quickly add that I feel a sense of fulfillment watching that young kid bat yesterday. Fulfilled in the sense it's great to see a young player, batsman, adapt to Test cricket in the way that he has.
Look as if he belonged there. He played such a remarkable innings, had the tempo under control, didn't look flustered, look in control of everything he was doing. Supported his partner supported him, and it was a gem to watch. He really played well.
Check in.
.65 for one. Wait.
Stop coming back, stay back. Left arm round, change of bowler. That's middle.
First over in the test match for Lassit Imbaldenia from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Fair amount of scuffing outside the and on leg stump. A little bit outside the off stump as well.
Yes, Danny! Galalahan na kapan na bole. Ayo! Manne madaan na bole niya. Niyamay. Mana bol? Niyamay, Ambula. No runs from the middle of the bat. No runs from the middle of the bat. All from edges, boys. Come on, Ambul. Oh, yes, yes. Still no runs, boys. Ah, yes. Ambula.
Maiden over 65 for 1. And for all of us, it's time for the Blue Waters drinks break.
Well, don't be too envious wherever you're watching from in the world. Beautiful Antigua and Barbuda. Stunning beaches, gorgeous weather, wonderful boating, and of course, the Sandals Test Series between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. This is the match so far. Bowled out cheaply in the first innings, Sri Lanka, and stormed back 476 in the second innings. West Indies currently 65 for 1. 310 more runs to win this, and a whole day to survive. Well, what a joy it's been so far. International Test cricket back in the Caribbean. The Sandals Test Series. The weather's been good. No interruptions, bar a little 15-minute late start this morning. A good bowling performance from the Windies on day one. A storm back by Sri Lanka with some cricketing history in there. And all of day 5 ahead of us. Darren Ganga.
Indeed, in test match cricket. Both teams battling out on the field, striving for honours. Craig Brathwaite would have looked at that partnership between Nissanka and Dequella. 179 that took the game away, you would say, from the West Indies. What those two players did well in that partnership. Rotation of strike. Ability to get singles. %35% of the runs in that partnership coming from singles. He was quite good. In rotating strike, balancing the responsibility to keep the bowlers out. Slowly they accumulated enough runs to put them in control of this test match.
Must feel contented with the first hour of play, Phil Simmons. Certainly would have been the plan. But yeah, just to follow on what you said, Darren Ganga, it is extraordinary when we looked at that century yesterday by the debutante. Only 6 boundaries. Amazing.
Easy push for a single in cover. Craig Brathwaite has been watchful, very conservative in stroke play. Similar pattern we're seeing with his approach to that of Nissanka early in the innings. That's also his natural style, Craig Brathwaite, to be watchful, to accumulate runs at the start. And Krumabona is a little more fluent. He will take the opportunity to go for his strokes the more he stays out in the middle. Couple very different deliveries from Dushmanta Chimera. We show the short delivery now going for the Yorker, so quite a few wicket-taking deliveries attempted by Chimera. Not getting the result he would have wanted. But he is an attacking bowler. Very different to Suranga Lakmal, who will try to wear you down with his consistency. Dushmanta will serve up many more wicket-taking deliveries in his complement of 6 deliveries per over.
Two runs off the over. 67 for 1.
At the pitch report, we spoke about the lines, which might be more productive for spinners on this 5th-day pitch that is wearing. Still too straight for my liking. The reason why I say that is there's quite a bit of wear and tear just outside the line of the off stump. There's a possible no ball here. TV umpire. No ball.
Ultimate crime for a spinner.
Anna hari e gana daanna. Meka mehata gannada.
Where does this one land? Again on the off stump in that good area, still quite compact.
Good aggressive running, showing some purpose, some intent this morning.
Was there boot on that one? Embaldenia tried to stop the ball. The umpire will have to check again. And he goes for some assistance.
Can I have your best angle for that? Want to see first if the ball made contact with the bowler's hand first. Keep rock and roll that. Yeah. Yes, waiting to another angle to confirm that he made contact with the boot. Keep rolling. Yeah, need something better than that. Keep rolling. Anything else to confirm that he made contact with the boot? That doesn't help. Front tournament. Yes, I saw a little deviation there. Just rock and roll that with the boot. A little, yes, a deviation there. Made contact with the boot. Let me have your best side on angle now. Okay, bats up, bats in the air, bats grounded, wickets broken. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. My decision for the big screen is not out. Repeat, not out.
Out of an abundance of caution. Looking quite cool in his sunnies, the captain, gotta say.
Strong offside field with a slip in play. 4 fielders to the onside. That includes a short leg.
$69 for 1.
What is the minimum remaining 60? Correct?
It's the overs, and once we complete those, then we find 15 goals. So 75 down.
Check-in.
Dushmantha Chamira from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
As mentioned in the last over that Chamira bowled, he's a little bit more enterprising as a fast bowler as compared to Saranga Lakmal. I'd still like to see a second slip position instead of the fielder in that short mid-wicket area, because he probes outside the off stump. There's a chance of it flying in that region. At this point in the game, Sri Lanka should be thinking about attacking still. As mentioned at the start of the day's play, the required rate for the West Indies to score these runs if they are to win, 3.7. We haven't seen that type of stroke play throughout this test match, so it's an opportunity for them to go ultra attacking, push really hard for a wicket. Don't want to be getting an outside edge, and there's no fielder in that second slip or third slip position to take a catch.
Yeah, 31 runs off the first 13 overs, the first hour of play this morning for the Windies. Heard from batting coach Monty Desai after yesterday's play. He says this is why batsmen play Test cricket. Come into a final day like this.
One bail being dislodged, that previous delivery. Wind quite strong here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Some discussion here, Darren Ganga.
Was it about the bail that fell?
Chamira around the wicket now. The Brathwaite. Oh, nice. Controlled it into the offside. Good single, good rotation of strike, as you mentioned. Guess it's early in the day to start thinking about what they want to do in terms of a result. So far, so good for the Windies.
I'm surprised that Chimera has not opted to stay round the wicket to Nkrumah Bonner. Out of these two batsmen at the crease, he's been more inclined to playing that horizontal bat shot and taking on the short ball. So might be a good option for Chimera to stay around the wicket and try a few short deliveries to Nkrumah Bonner from a different angle.
Full toss, thank you. And they won't stop it. A boundary for Bonner.
Very important as a batsman when you have to bat time and you get a delivery like this one, that you put it away. Add 4 to your score. Just keeps you more interested as you bat further into the day. Always pleasing to see your own personal score increasing. And more importantly, the partnership. 63, that partnership at the moment.
We swung at that one as well. Good over for the Windies. 7 off it. 76 for 1.
I'm going to be watching where he pitches his deliveries, Embeldinia, in this spell, into his 3rd over now. It's a surprising trend that we've seen in Test match cricket and even in wide ball cricket, where captains, teams, they opt for spinners, only turning the ball away from batsmen. And very few spinners are inclined to bowling and turning the ball into batsmen. Here we are seeing Embeldinia going round the wicket to the right-handed Bonner, bowling a straight line. And for me personally, I think there's a lot of opportunities for bowlers when they turn the ball into batsmen as well. So don't negate that option. As a batsman, you've got to make different decisions when you're facing a bowler with the ball coming into you as against going away from you. What we've established is on this pitch, if you pitch the ball in line with the stumps, you're not going to get much purchase. So you've got to try and create more challenges for the batsman. Bowl a wider line, maybe go just slightly outside the line of the leg stump, create a new challenge. 76 for 1.
Good solid start here for the Windies in this run chase. 99 more.
Alex Jordan, haven't said what I said in the last over. I think Dhananjaya De Silva should be looked at as a viable option to bowl to these two right-handers, using the rough outside the off stump and turn into the right-handers. For now, we'll have Chimera.
Go!
He's got a lot at his disposal, the captain. Dimuth Karunaratne. And 9 good balls is all Mickey Arthur asked for this morning. That's all they need.
Dhananjaya De Silva with only 1 over in this innings. Majority of the overs bowled by Suranga Lakmal. 13 so far to him. Yeah, when are we going to see this guy? He's a viable option to right-hander as well. Love to see them use Dhananjaya De Silva, bowl in that rough area outside the off stump and turn the ball into these two right-handers.
Give them something different to look at, I expect.
Looked a little bit awkward on that occasion. Craig Brathwaite throughout his career. He's not been known to be a bad player to the short delivery. Usually sways out of the line. Quite unfazed by short deliveries. I don't think he'll worry too much about that close infielder at short leg.
Really patient guy. You talked earlier, Ganga, about being able to put away the bad ball, keeps you in the game. Test cricket as much about, you know, the reticence, like holding back, having control over those impulses.
Sure, right, Alex Jordan.
Maiden over, 76 for 1.
.76 for 1, the West Indies. Change in bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Dhananjaya De Silva, the off spinner, brought into the attack for the first time. Just the 1 over in this, the second and final innings. The first test match. Dan Ganga was just mentioning about spinning the ball back into the batsman. This is exactly what he will be trying to do. There's some areas just outside the off stump that he can exploit. It's been a good start for the West Indies and their batsmen. Haven't lost the wicket in this session so far. Exactly what they would have wanted to do. They've kept the Sri Lankan bowlers at bay. The Ambrose, excellent start.
Certainly a good, steady, patient start by Captain Craig Brathwaite and Nkrumah Bonner. Sri Lanka still searching for a breakthrough. Hasn't happened as yet. And I'm quite sure, Samuel Baju, that both Bonner and Brathwaite would want to bat until lunch and then assess the situation coming into that middle period.
Single to end the over. 78 for 1.
Overboard. Killing Kapun
Lasset Embaldini switches ends, now operating from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And with that wind that blows from left to right, he will get some drift into the right-handers. And if he can get it to drift in and then spin away, it will be a special effort. The spinners, as you mentioned in that pitch report early this morning, a strong wind ever present at this venue. The spinners might just need to do a little bit more in this, the final innings, to get that win for Sri Lanka. But a really good battle of patience and mental fortitude and of course skill throughout the course of the day will be evident.
Speaking of spinners, none of the spinners in this game has done anything significant in terms of wickets in this match so far. It's all about the fast bowlers. So you're yet to see a spinner taking a few wickets.
Goes through it. Just as you were speaking about the impact of spinners, Lasset Embaldini makes the critical breakthrough for Sri Lanka, and that of the captain Craig Brathwaite, who has been quite resolute throughout. A special delivery. Advances through the gate and knocks back the stumps. Really important breakthrough for Sri Lanka. Craig Brathwaite goes for 23. The West Indies now 78 for 2. Embaldini makes the breakthrough. Kalmias, the hero of Bangladesh, makes his way out in the middle. Magnificent unbeaten double 100 on debut. And this is the reason why he's here. Makes a little shimmy down the pitch. Plays down the wrong line. We spoke about that drift that Embledenia might just get with rotations on the ball, and it's pretty much a straight delivery. He was playing for turn that wasn't there. And Craig Brathwaite, quite unlike him, uncharacteristic of that shot. Just a lapse in concentration. I'm just talking about that mental fortitude that's needed on this final day.
Oh! Yes, a goal to the rough and
What can we
goal.
expect from Kalmias now?
An error in judgment from Captain Craig Brathwaite and a slight lack of concentration. Squirted away down to the third man position. Is he going to go all the way? No. 2 runs to Kyle Mayers. Very unlike Brathwaite. 80 for 2.
I know.
Now this Craig Brathwaite dismissal, hitting that leg stump, so playing for some team perhaps. And Brathwaite through bat and pad, and the Sri Lankans know how important his wicket is in the context of this game. And once he's out there, they feel that composure. The West Indies, they're not too sure what they're going to get from the rest into his third test match. Kalmias, so in the infancy of his career, along with Nkrumah Bonner, he too only 3 test matches in his career.
Kalmias, as we all know, is going to be a little more positive and aggressive. That's his nature.
Oh, yes,
And nothing is wrong with that. You just got to be more careful and selective when you're doing that. All of a sudden, the Sri Lankans are chirping a lot more now, encouraging the bowlers a little bit more. Of course, wicket does that to you.
Driven through the offside from Kalmias, over pitched, capitalizing on that. 83 for 2.
Overboard. මචං නෑ එළියට කියන්නේ බෝලයක් දෙකක් නිකන් එළියට දාන්න.
Reminder that this session will be extended by 15 minutes due to the late start. Started at 10:15 local time. So just under 20 minutes to go in this first session, the all-important first session. West Indies would be happy with the loss of just 1 wicket. They would have been even happier if they went in to that lunch break
boys. 2 more wickets here, boys.
without having lost any further wicket. But as it is,
Oh, yes.
if these two can remain there for the next 20 minutes or so, they'll still feel that they did quite a good job.
Good bowling,
The West Indies batsmen, the Sri Lankans looking for another. And if they can get one more, they will feel the more comfortable of the two teams. So it's a nice tussle, a nice battle, as you'd expect in Test match cricket. His concentration so far in Kumabana has been admirable and praiseworthy. A maiden over, 83 for 2. Jimmy Blackwood, Joshua the Silva batsmen to come, along with Jason Holder. We saw Rakeem Cornwall in that first innings getting that half century. So they have some depth in their batting. Alzari Joseph as well, 2 80s in Test cricket. If they can keep as many wickets intact going into that final session, the long way away. But that would be the plan. Assess period by period, the first hour, the first session, and then you go into that hour after tea, into tea. That's how they have to take it. That's how they have to think about it. Break it down in smaller chunks.
Seemed to be a hint of spin the last couple of overs.
With these two working in tandem, Dhananjaya de Silva from the Sir Andy Roberts end, he will be getting some drift into the left-handed Kyle Mears. And then Baldinia from this end drift into the right-handed and Nkrumah. So it's a challenge from both ends. Another maiden, still 83 for 2. Lasset Embaldini, 9 overs, 1 for 9. Really good bowling, not giving anything away. He's attacking the stumps. The majority of his deliveries are on target, so you have to concentrate for every delivery.
And rightly so, because some deliveries are keeping a bit low. So the LBW is always an option. And you also have closing catches, but anything that bounce a bit more than usual. Sri Lanka keeping the pressure on.
Just like that. We talk about something called natural variation in cricket. And that has to do with the reaction of the pitch. Some deliveries will pitch in a certain spot and turn, and then other deliveries will pitch on that same spot and go on straight. And if you hit the correct areas consistently enough, it can work in your favor. And they've done that quite well, the Sri Lankan bowlers, throughout this morning session so far.
Oh, yes.
But still a good pitch. Another maiden, 83 for 2.
Fast bowlers.
Kalmeer's,
Bouncers here, boys, before lunch.
can he conjure up something here from what he did in Bangladesh?
Short balls here before lunch, boys. It's coming here, boys. It's coming here, boys.
Whenever you have such an outstanding performance early in your career, there's that expectation from you to continue to produce. The learning Kalmeer's about the requirements of different scenarios, different situations. And this situation requires that he bats time. Let's focus on that target of 375. Just try to see this session through without further loss.
Plata, quicker delivery. Kalmeer's had to hustle down on that one.
Well kept out. 4 maidens on the trot from the Sri Lankans, 83 for 2. Just variation in pace from Dhananjaya De Silva in that last over, trying to sneak one through, looking for that LBW perhaps bowl down. A little bit late on it in Kalmeer's, but did just enough to get his bat down on time. You can see that indecision in his footwork. He rocked back, then forward at the final moment. Change in bowling, Dushmantha Chamira. 7 overs, none for 17 from him so far.
One final burst from him before the lunch interval. Probably getting a couple of overs. And here's where Nkrumah Bonner and Kyle Mayers will have to really concentrate. They're only about 10 minutes away from lunch. The last thing that they would want is to lose another wicket here. So you really got to stay focused.
I think that's something that they would have discussed in the West Indies as a batting unit, losing 1 wicket at most in this session. They've done that so far, and quite proficiently so. Nkrumah Bonner, 114 deliveries for his 44. And Kyle Mayers showing good restraint. As you mentioned, he likes to score, more attacking, natural instincts. And so far, so good. He's done that quite good in this innings in particular. In Nkrumah Bonner hasn't played at deliveries that he shouldn't play to.
Short delivery. And Nkrumah Bonner shaped up to pull and then bailed out at the last moment.
And he's used that short delivery, Chamira, quite judiciously. He hasn't bowled it too often. Full, and then that short one as a surprise almost worked for him on that occasion. First run in 5 overs for the West Indies.
As Nkrumah Bonner inched closer to another half-century. Has been very consistent on that trip to Bangladesh. And still showing that he's in good form.
Two slips in a gully for the left-handed Kyle Mayers. Shmanta Chamira has that fielder deep backward square. And bowls it full and wide. 84 for 2.
Change of bowler. Right arm over.
Change in bowling from the Andy Roberts end. Suranga Lakmal comes back in. And look at those The figures 13 overs, none for 16. Really miserly. Siranga Lakmal just wearing away in terms of the patience of the batsmen.
That's one of the concerns for the batsmen. The variable bounce, where a few deliveries have kept low. Look at that. Didn't bounce much at all.
And that will be a cause of concern if the Sri Lankan bowlers can bowl that wicket-to-wicket line and a few deliveries keep a little bit low. They'll be in the hunt throughout the day. Just 8 good deliveries is what Mickey Arthur and Dimut Karunaratne would be thinking. West Indian batsmen will be thinking 2 sessions. Just bat 2 sessions after this one. Throughout this test match, we've seen some really fascinating cricket. West Indies dominated days 1 and 2. Sri Lanka fought back on days 3 and 4. And still, the battle looms large on day 5. Huge appeal from behind the wicket, nothing from the bowler. Did play that one, and Krumabana.
The last couple of deliveries, we see Lakmal running back to his mark, trying to probably get another over in just before lunch.
.84 for 2 of the West Indies. Just 1 run in the last 6 overs for the West Indies. 50 overall in this session, 50 for the loss of 1. This will be the final over of the morning's session. Dushmantha Chameera. Did have a field set for those short deliveries for Kalmias. And let's see what he has. Friend Krumabana does have deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket, fine leg. Crunched by Krumabana, in control, authoritative, gets the boundary.
Certainly was looking for the short delivery.
That one middle.
Pitch short by Chimera. Didn't bounce enough. Just level off to about waist high. And was smacked to wideish mid-on for 4. That tells you the slow nature of this pitch. And Kumabona has to be careful here. He just sits there on his back foot looking for short deliveries, looking to pull at everything. There's only 3 deliveries left before lunch. Do you want to take the risk at this point?
And it is the plan to bowl short at him. Beaten on 49. Only his 6th test match innings in Kumabona. Big single. He gets his 50. Another landmark for Nkrumah. His 3rd test match half century in only his 6th test match innings. So he's shown consistency, shown maturity, and certainly shown responsibility.
Certainly has played well throughout this innings and would want to push on for as long as possible after lunch.
Tried the double bluff, Shamira. Final delivery in the morning session on day 5 in this first test match. 1 wicket for Sri Lanka. The final delivery. Safely negotiated by Nkrumah. And that's lunch on day 5. West Indies close on 91 for 2. Just the 1 wicket falling in this session, that of the captain Craig Brathwaite. And West Indies will feel the happier of the 2 teams. Still a lot of work to be done in this test match. If they had to hang on for a draw, Mickey Arthur would still be thinking just 8 good deliveries. 1 wicket, 57 runs in 28 overs is what we've had so far. West Indies in their second innings. John Campbell dismissed yesterday evening. Craig Brathwaite this morning for 23. Nkrumah and Cal Mears, the not all batsmen. Partnership of only 13. The bowlers for Sri Lanka. They've tried, they've all toiled in that morning session. A wicket for Vishwa Fernando yesterday evening. Lasith Embaldinha got the breakthrough, the solitary wicket in this session. 1 for 9 in 10 overs. The other bowlers have tried their very best to no avail just yet. And this is where we stand at the moment. The West Indies 91 for 2, still 284 runs away, but more importantly 8 wickets in hand. 8 wickets in hand as they strive to hold on. We'll take a short break and we'll have some more analysis on the other side.
Back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the West Indies have gone through the morning session and lost a solitary wicket of their captain. They are 91 for 2. They're still trailing by 284 runs. Whether that's academic or not, I suppose is a matter of opinion. But it's turning out to be a very tense contest here across this test match. Thank you very much for being with us once again. Sunshine. We love the sunshine, even though we had some inclement weather this morning. It didn't stop my colleagues, Darren Ganga and Courtney Walsh, from being here with me. A morning of a battle. Has it given us enough evidence as to what we can expect from the West Indies for the rest of the day?
That's a very good question, Ian Bishop. I think I would say it's a shared session, purely because the West Indies only lost 1 wicket. I also feel that the approach shown by Bonner is very commendable. We were a little bit concerned about him batting in that critical number 3 position. I think he's allayed that fear of him being too challenged in that position. But it's good to see the manner in which he's approached his batting. It's very much natural to him. He's not played out of character. And the mere fact that he's scoring freely, that's a very good sign for the West Indies, I would think.
Of course, he looked a little bit more solid. Courtney Walsh, your countryman, how has he looked to you?
It was pretty good, pretty solid, much relaxed. I think the experience he gained in Bangladesh would have helped him as well, and with the runs he scored there. And he's not looked as if he's out of sort. He's batting well, looking very composed, and at the same time scoring freely, which is very, very important in this type of play. You need to keep that scoreboard ticking. You don't want to let too much pressure come on you as a batter, and he's not been afraid to play the shots.
Darren mentioned the concern. I think Darren's concern was him batting at 3. Did you have those concerns?
No, I didn't. Fortunate for me, I knew him from a youngster coming up. I know his ability, his skill, but his mindset. He's got a very good mindset. He backs himself, he backs his ability, and he has that confidence. And if it gets out there and he plays the way he's playing now, once he's scoring runs, the confidence gets better. And he's a very confident player, but he's also very knowledgeable of situations and how he wants to go about it.
Flexibility is something that every team can do. I mean, you yourself, you started, at 3? You opened the batting, you entered 3 as well.
And he's very mature. Let's not forget he's 33 years old. So he's been around first-class cricket for a long time. So he would have built a database of experience, of performances. He would have understood his game a little bit better as against a 25-year-old or a 23-year-old. So that augurs well for him and his further development. The only thing that will bring you confidence at this level, it's runs. And he's getting runs in the few test matches that he's played.
Yeah, he's been excellent so far. Sample size is small. Craig Brathwaite was the solitary wicket that fell this morning. Quite unusual as well to see Craig Brathwaite dismissed this way.
He just found himself in a wrong position. I think the time that he spent at the crease would have allowed him to form his own approach as the session progressed. He was probably trying to cover the line of the ball, but as we've seen with Craig Brathwaite, he gets very square on the ball. And because of that square and open shoulder, the bat comes from that gully region. So if the ball is angling into him, he would find difficulty in getting the right angle of that bat being presented to the ball. I mean, it's unfortunate. You might look at that and say it's a lapse in concentration, but I didn't think he was going to play an ultra-aggressive stroke there. I think he was just trying to cover the line of the ball, but he found himself in a difficult position to keep that delivery out.
Yeah, Courtney, and he was playing, Courtney, in a different mode earlier. He stayed back quite a bit to the left-arm spinner.
Yeah, he was giving himself enough time to play the balls off the surface. It's a slow wicket, as we have seen, so he was giving himself every opportunity to be in control of what he was doing. So he was playing off the back foot, waiting for the ball to come to him. And unfortunately for the position he got in, as Darren mentioned, but you could see his mindset was to try to bat all day.
So very uncharacteristic. And there was a shot that he usually plays, and I got a sense when he came down the wicket initially, where to the left-arm spinner, we saw it a lot in Bangladesh, he would come down the track and loft it over mid-on, and that was his release shot, and I just got a sense that he got caught in two minds with that one, trying to attack at times. So what are we to make then of the left-arm spin and what we've seen?
I think he's done exactly what his captain would have wanted. They would have spoken about using the angle to the right-handers. As we've often seen, teams opt in for spinners to take the ball away from batsmen as against into it. What I liked was the fact that they opted for Dhananjaya De Silva to turn the ball into the right-handers as well. So showing balance in their strategy is important. I still would like to see him use the wear and tear of the surface. Maybe Takal Mayers, the left-hander, pitch the ball further outside the off-stump. See what that wear and tear will offer. Don't wait until it gets to the last session. Do that now. I think maybe Karunaratne will probably need to be a little more attacking. I saw when the off-spinner was bowling to the right-handers, he had a long on. At this stage of the game, I'll be applying as much pressure as possible on the West Indies. Don't give easy singles. Let them play the big shots.
You know what the answer is. I know what the answer is. I'll tell you what the answer is in the middle session of the day's play. It's a psychological thing. Courtney, the line, Darren talked about an optional line, but the line that we've seen portrayed by the left-arm spinner, very direct.
Very direct. They're playing to their plan. They want to make sure that they have control of the game. I think that session was important for them, not to score, for runs to be scored too freely. So they wanted to keep a tight rein on the game by trying to get wickets, but at the same time minimizing the West Indies' scoring opportunities. They've done that. So the key now is to see what they want to do after that break.
37% of those would have hit the stumps today was only 10% on previous days. So what does that say about bowling at the back end of a test match?
Theoretically, that's good. We've only seen 3 LBW decisions in this test match. So I think you want to balance the options available to you to get wickets. For the spinners, yes, the natural thinking will be to bowl straight lines, get LBW into play. But I also feel you need to balance that view with the wear and tear. So I still don't want to place a huge weighting on the spinners only. I think the fast bowlers in this Sri Lankan team, they have a massive role to play if they are to win this game.
All right, we're not going to wait until commentary in the middle session of the day. Let's attack it now with the way the field was placed. As a former West Indies captain and a former Trinidad and Tobago captain, I want you guys to delve deeper into this for me, Courtney. That man that was deepish, some of the innovation that we've seen with a man behind the keeper and all of that. Talk us through what we're seeing here.
Well, I think they're trying to play on the batsman's mind as well, because you didn't see a lot of short balls, even though the field was set for it. But they were trying to let the batsman think that this could be coming. Element of surprise. Good thinking by Sri Lanka, trying to see if they can surprise and get a wicket or two in. When they did bowl the short ball, Bonner still went for the hook shots on a few occasions. But I think they were more playing on the batsman's mind and trying to get in the right areas, attacking the stump as much as they can and still searching for LBWs, bowl down or caught behind. So it was good cricket and good thinking by them during some of those sessions.
Nothing wrong with being unusual and thinking out of the box. That, if I were to argue that, that's how the game evolves.
Indeed, and I think it's more creativity, which is good. Maybe not to Craig Brathwaite. We've seen him play that short ball quite well, so I wouldn't go with that option to him. For Bonner, definitely, it's a bit of gamesmanship. Get into his mind, let him think about the short delivery, but then attack outside. He also hit his outside edge. He played one that flew through, third slip. So I still want to see another catcher in that region, because whilst you're shifting the focus to leg and the short delivery, you have an option waiting for you in the cordon as well.
He's taking our space here, speaking as a former fast bowler himself.
He certainly is. I mean, we've got it cut out for us here.
By association.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Thank you very much, Darren. Of course, one man who everyone wanted here, or a lot of people wanted here, was Shai Hope. We'll hear a lot more about him after the break, but for now, on the way there, who is he?
Beautiful timing from Shai Hope.
Some advice that I'll share to anyone coming into cricket. It's about just chasing after your dreams. You can achieve literally anything you put your mind to. All good? Yeah. I am Shea Hope. This is who I am. And this is my cricket story.
Shea Hope, this is a wonderful start to his innings.
Who is Shea Hope? Shea Hope can be anyone, to be honest. You know, I'm just one of those people that I would say, you know, kind of keep to myself, and obviously with your friends and family and close ones, just you know, enjoy each other's company and really get to know one another. And just, to me, that just brings the best out of me. Obviously, you know, anyone would like to have a good time, so I always, you know, mix the two together. But I'm more of a chill, relaxed kind of guy.
Looked in control of this shot, just opened the blade.
On the pitch, I wouldn't say it's much of a difference. Pretty cool, pretty relaxed. I don't really get too hot-headed, too out of the shape, too out of the box, but just trying to be as cool and calm as I can be. Anyone who really knows me would know that I like to go to the beach. I'm always at the beach whenever I can. I just think it's just one of those relaxing places. It's natural therapy, I call it, so yeah, the beach is my go-to. Chris Gill and Bravo, we know who's better, but can't really pick a side right now. But probably Gill.
Certainly was a pleasant stroke.
If I wasn't a cricketer, I'd probably be an artist. I'm not the worst with a pencil, so I definitely want to get into those types of things.
It's wonderful timing.
Honestly, when I'm finished playing, I just want to be the best I can be. It's about being a better Shea every single day, regardless of what comes out in my career, whether it's good stats, whatever. I just want to be the best I can be whenever I go there to play. Morals and values, I have to say, just my family. I think that the people closest to you, the ones who truly support you, you have to really keep them to heart. Those are the ones who tell you as it is. If you're doing something wrong, and if you're doing right, they'll praise you. And you always need someone to really look at you and say, well, yeah, you need a kick in your behind, you know, but to know that you truly have supporters out there, and I'm just happy to have them in my life.
What a knock from this young man.
First got into cricket a long time ago, not I'm that old, but pretty much from the time I could walk, saw my brother and my father playing the game, and I just fell in love since then. After secondary school, I always left my options open. I always wanted to play sports and be involved with sports, so I just saw that to make a career out of it, coming from the Caribbean and Barbados especially, then cricket would have been the best option at that particular time. I always believed in myself growing up, but I guess when I really saw the true potential and what I can make of myself and a career, I think it was mid-teens, and I'm just glad to be here right now, to be honest.
Shea Hope, wow, easy on the eyes.
One of the biggest influences I would have to say would be my brother. Definitely my family members in general, but my brother, he was a big inspiration to me. Growing up, I always watched him play. I would go to his games. Even sometimes when I had games, I would go to his games first just to get a good look and just to see how he does things. He's very professional in his approach, something that I definitely took from him. Up to this day, I still use him as an inspiration.
He's gone for a pearl, and there it is. Brian Lara has done it. The ball rockets into the boundary fence. The new world record holder is Brian Charles Lara.
Definitely, I used to bat in the mirror so I could be like Brian Lara. You know, he's my childhood hero, and everyone wanted to be like him. I was never a good left-hand batter, so I had to find a way to look left-handed.
Glorious from the right-hander.
Wearing maroon means a lot to me. It means the world to me. Growing up, I always wanted to play for West Indies and represent the nation, so being able to get that cap from Sir Clive Lloyd at Kensington Oval at the Mecca, it meant the entire world to me. My biggest achievement is really playing for West Indies, something that I dreamt of growing up. And just to be here and being able to live my dream, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm glad to be involved with all the players around me and some of the past players that I play with as well, so I'm happy to be here. But one thing I really want to achieve would obviously be winning a World Cup for West Indies, so hopefully that could be the next one coming.
Elegantly played, Shea Hope.
The key is to get the team off to the best start that they possibly can, you know, absorb as much pressure as well. while doing it. Score as many runs as I can. You know, bat as deep as possible, play the situation right, make sure that we're in a strong position going into the back end of the overs and giving us a platform that we can really explode in the back end.
And that is Shea Hope at his best. Such a wonderful player.
The first international century, that was in Zimbabwe, against Zimbabwe. It was definitely an achievement for me. It was my first real big score in national cricket, and you know, I felt very good for myself, you know, especially coming into that particular series, for the Tri Nations series. We had a few new faces, and to be one of those new faces, it was my second game as well. I was very pleased to get a big score under my belt. Everyone would be a bit nervous in their 90s, and I think I got a couple boundaries in the 90s as well, so it made my job a little bit easier. One of my favorite centuries for West Indies would have to be one of the Headingley centuries, especially in the second innings when we had a pretty decent total to chase, and after what the media and everyone was saying about us, just to come up trumps and basically right them wrong. So that was one of my biggest achievements, I would say.
Nicely timed by Shea Hope.
It's as though he never left.
I didn't really feel any pressure walking out. Obviously, it's been a while since I played a professional international game, so I wanted to, you know, get some time in the middle, get some runs under my belt, but I wouldn't necessarily say pressure, just trying to do what I can to get the team over the line.
Goes for the big shot and moves to 99, Shea Hope.
Let's go back before I was 99. I got a free hit and I was on 93. So Bravo, my partner, came down and was like, I must be the luckiest guy. And I said, yep. And you know, thankfully I put it away, I got maximum for it. And then the next delivery, I just knocked it along on for one. So it's probably one of the easiest times I've been in the 90s, you know.
And there it is, the moment for Shea Hope, his 10th one-day international century.
Raising the bat, you know, it's an achievement, yes, but I always speak about finishing the game for the team. So I was happy for myself, you know. Any achievement that you get as a cricketer, you must be pleased, but the main thing I was focusing on there was to just get over the line.
Shea Hope, very well balanced.
I can give 14-year-old Shea Hope some advice. It would be to do an extra lap, do an extra push-up, hit an extra ball. There's never too much that you can do, especially when you're growing up, coming through the ranks, and give yourself that solid platform. I always knew that I had it in me, but to really push myself a lot more when I was a bit younger.
Beautiful timing from Shea Hope.
Some advice that I'll share to anyone coming into cricket. It's about just chasing after your dreams. You can achieve literally anything you put your mind to. Someone told me that from a young age, and I don't want to keep talking about my brother, but he was definitely that guy. So I want to share the same information to you, and hopefully that it can work out in your favor.
Shea Hope really showed that control, maturity throughout this innings.
At the end of the first session on the 5th day in this Sandals Test series, the first test actually between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. A pretty even first session on the 5th day, you would say. West Indies 91 for 2. Sri Lanka toiling really hard for the remaining wickets. Only picked up 1 wicket. That wicket going to Mbuldinia, the spinner. Still a lot of work to be done. 2 remaining sessions in this test match. Here are the highlights. Here he goes. Loud appeal. Just losing his footing, Craig Brathwaite. Roshan Dickwella sharing his view with his captain. This is very good. Turning the strike over. Sure, Sri Lanka will have different plans for these batsmen. Well defended. Good solid defensive shot by Nkrumah Bonner. 39 for 1. It's very easy for Craig Brathwaite. We know that he's an on-sided player, so he'll feel much more comfortable with the ball onto his pads. Went for the pull. Luckily for Nkrumah Bonner, it flew over the wicketkeeper. He gets a boundary and releases the pressure a bit. Flies through that third slip region. Created the opportunity for a wicket, but no fielders there.
Outstretched hand of Dushmanta Chamira eluded. That might just put him in the frame for a short spell. And there is no doubt that Bonner would have seen that field set and would have perhaps been expecting a shorter length right of your screen. Yep, saved it up, 62 for 1. Gone well, the West Indies batsmen. .65 for 1.
Easy push for a single in cover. Craig Brathwaite has been watchful, very conservative in stroke play.
Good aggressive running, showing some purpose, some intent this morning.
Was their boot on that one? Mbuldinia try to stop the ball. The umpire will have to check again.
Bats in the air, bats grounded, wickets broken. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. My decision for the big screen is not out. Repeat, not out.
Oh, nice. Controlled it into the offside. Good single, good rotation of strike, as you mentioned. Guess it's early in the day to start thinking about what they want to do in terms of a result. So far, so good for the Windies. Full toss, thank you. And they won't stop it. A boundary for Bonner. Oh, he swung at that one as well. Good over for the Windies. 7 off it. 76 for 1.
Goes through it. Just as you were speaking about the impact of spinners, Lasset Mbaldini makes the critical breakthrough for Sri Lanka, and that of the captain, Craig Blackwood, who has been quite resolute throughout. A special delivery. Advances through the gate and knocks back the stumps. Really important breakthrough for Sri Lanka. Craig Blackwood goes for 23. The West Indies now 78 for 2. He's attacking the stumps. The majority of his deliveries are on target, so you have to concentrate for every delivery. Crunched by Nkrumah Bonner, in control, authoritative, gets the boundary. Big single, he gets his 50. Another landmark for Nkrumah Bonner, his 3rd test match half century in only his 6th test match innings. So he's shown consistency, shown maturity, and certainly shown responsibility.
This is where things are at as we end that first session of the 5th day. 91 for 2, and Nkrumah Bonner on an even 50. Much more will be expected from him as the day progresses. In terms of the bowling, Bishop Fernando picked up that solitary wicket on the last session of the 4th day, and Mbaldini in that first session a wicket as well. .284 more runs to win. The West Indies may not be focusing fiercely on those required runs. It's about the process of batting this post-lunch session, you would think. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, will be thinking about those remaining 8 wickets. Which bowlers will be important for them to achieve that? I expect that Sri Lanka will go very hard at the West Indies in the first half of this post-lunch session. Another massive test for Kyle Mayers. Scored that brilliant double century against Bangladesh. Led the West Indies to a magnificent win. So far, the West Indies have shown character with the bat in this 5th and final day of the first Sandals test.
this is the session that sets up whatever the result will be. There were some matchups at play in the morning session, and this is another matchup. Usually you hear it about a lot in T20 cricket. Lackmal round the wicket to Kyle Mayers. The reason I talk about a matchup, this is the way that Mayers went in the first innings to Lackmal. A number of deliveries coming in, and then look at the seam, deliberate attempt to get it away. Didn't do much. I saw Kyle Mayers dismissed like that against Abu Jayed in Bangladesh in the second test first innings. Could be outside edge, he could be looking to sneak in the LBW as well.
I also like the fact that he's using a square leg. What that will do is keep at the back of the batsman's mind that might be a possible short delivery amongst the good cluster that Lackmal normally bowls. It will prevent a batsman from getting very comfortable on that front foot. What some captains are also inclined to doing to a batsman like Kyle Mayers is to have a fielder in a short cover position just within his eye line to make him be aware that if he's playing the ball off the front foot and in that cover region, he has to put a little extra effort to the swing just to beat that fielder. Know that he's a very good player through the cover region.
Good stride into the ball, and Dushman to Chamira, as he looks around now, will realize he gets a glare from Suranga Lackmal.
And as mentioned, that fielder in possible cover catching position. He'll probably just hinder that freedom that Kyle Mayers has in playing the ball in that region. Brings the first slip and second slip into play if he's not in the right position or if his hands go a little bit too further out.
.92 for 2.
Overboard. Hello, please. Thanks.
Shamira. A lot of the teams now will travel with huge expanse of backroom staff. That's Monty Desai, the West Indies batting coach. Monty from India previously worked with IPL team, amongst them Rajasthan Royals. Worked with the UAE, Afghanistan and Canada, and he stood there all morning. Ball one until lunch. Yesterday as well. Close. Goes for it.
TV umpire to director. We have a players review for LBW. The original decision is not out. It's a front fair delivery. Can we go to front on spin vision? Can you rock and roll that? Keep rolling. Okay. Can I get ultra edge to confirm where the bat involved? Ultra edge coming up. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. Can we have ball tracking when it's available? Waiting on ball tracking. Ball tracking building. Ball tracking coming up. It's pitching outside leg. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. Can we go back to the on-field umpire? Joel, stay with your not out decision. You're on screen now.
How many of you at home would have picked that in real time, of which Joel Wilson has the one look? How many of you? Tweet Darren Ganga with your answers.
That's real time. Also the position that Palmeiras ends up in will also possibly sway your decision, because many times that last image is what remains with you as an umpire. If you think that was an excellent decision, only then tweet me.
No tweeting now after you've seen the replay, the Hawkeye, and then you've seen what we call real time. It's too late then.
Hold on, buddy.
been keeping my eyes, Ian Bishop, on the ball and the management of the ball, which is so crucial for fast bowlers if you are to extract any degree of swing in the conditions. Sri Lanka has done a really good job with the ball, maintaining one side, being shiny.
Come back to it, 93 for 2. Such a well-controlled shot.
Kalmeas scoring yet again in his strong area. When he scored that double century, that was his most productive scoring area through the covers. Advocated for a guy to be catching short cover. Might have gone straight to him.
Leg byes signaled by Gregory Brathwaite. .100 comes up with that boundary. I don't know how relevant a stat it will be in terms of the scoreboard. With 274 more required in the time left, or 8 wickets. You talked about the shine on the ball, and that was fantastic, Darren Ganga. We're using we've got a little sample in the box as well. So obviously for orthodox swing or reverse swing on a last day wicket. But what I was particularly keen on is the grip of the two bowlers. I'll come back to the difference between a subhuman like myself and the greats of Walsh and Ambrose. Darren, and you know a lot about this. You'd see Lakmal and Shamira with the fingers close in at the top and the thumb running along the bottom. Walsh and Ambrose in their own inimitable fashion. Ambrose was a little bit wider and Walsh was spread even further. I tried to mimic them one time and I could get no force with the split finger as I released the ball. I don't know how Courtney did it. The late great Malcolm Marshall would then cross his thumb across the seam at the bottom. There was a New Zealander, Jeff Allott, who would put 3 fingers at the top back in 1999. And so it's all very individual as a young bowler. Whatever you feel comfortable with, much like batting, if you want to spread the fingers, if you want to keep the fingers close, lovely. I love that position. I felt force and control as the ball was released. My fingers pulled on the back of the seam just like that. Brilliant. So it helps to keep the seam upright and steer it almost at the point of release. Then you'll get the wobble seam. Kyle Mayers himself. My humblest apologies. 102 for 2.
Of course, these days, because of the pandemic, you're not allowed to use your saliva to shine the ball and to aid that good management which is required. Also, the fast bowlers, they're very adamant about their teammates maintaining the ball, keeping one side shiny to aid in whatever swing is on offer.
And for now, Chimera is going to try to mix that swing with short deliveries left of your screen. There are 2 square legs, one backward, one forward, and the fine leg, and then on the offside, a deep backward point. And a mix of deliveries. Gentleman we saw there, who I spoke about yesterday, Darren, and you've known him for a long time. Himself and his dad have taken photos of you when you were playing Randy Brooks, the son of Gordon Brooks, Brooks and Latouche agency in Barbados. His father retired. Gordon retired about 2010, and he goes on cruises, well, pre-pandemic anyway. Not allowed to cruise during the pandemic, I suppose. But that's how he lives his life now after retirement. And Randy, who celebrated his 45th birthday, the exact day West Indies won the World T20, women and men. Good short ball. Really good short ball from Dushmanta Chimera.
Found himself in an awkward position, Kyle Mayers. We saw that in the previous delivery as well. Both shoulders facing the bowler pretty much. Not the best way to play fast short pitch bowling. You want to stay side on, and for a left-handed batsman like Kyle Mayers, you want to keep that right shoulder parallel to the left, sway out of the way rather than get your hands in front of your body.
Yeah, well played. Just to finish on Randy. Randy, since Dad's retirement, Randy's older brother is the one who runs huge part of the agency. Randy does the cricket. Brother Enrico. But they've got photographs of West Indies cricket, let me tell you, going back a long, long, long time. Randy left school and went straight into the agency back in the day, late 90s. .107 for 2.
Another nice partnership developing between these two. 29 from 75. Sri Lanka trying to effectuate plans. Sort of short pitch bowling to Kyle Mayers from Dushmanta Chamira. Now that short cover in play. There's Saranga Lakmal. What you sense is a strong push by Sri Lanka to get Kyle Mayers out, using different approaches. Couple times Kyle Mayers, he's fallen over playing around his pads. We'll want to keep that balance, because it's a way that Sri Lanka, they're trying to breach his defense. Sri Lanka will try to play on his patience. Kyle Mayers, who is a free-scoring type player, loves to field ball on bat.
Very patient bowling. 107 for 2. Embaldini picked up the wicket of Craig Brathwaite in the morning session. Bonner has not added to his score since lunch. Now Bonner adds to his pre-lunch score.
The change in bowler from the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end. After 4 overs in that spell, post-lunch, Dushmanta Chamira being replaced by Embaldini. What Corona Ratner will want to do is to preserve Chamira, ensure that he has sufficient energy for future spells.
Anna Hari, Niamagana Budania. Niamagana Bula, Niama Veke, Niamadana Bula. Oh yes, Ambula. Udah dah nama dagan inna. Lakuna tu daya, lamai. Na boleh. Oh, bona done. No bona.
So far, Bonner has enjoyed playing the ball through the offside, giving himself room to free the arms.
Yes!
Review straight away.
TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for a cord behind. The original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on spin vision? Here, can you work a roll that? The ball is very close to the bat. Can they get ultra edge to confirm every bat involved? Ultra edge coming up. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. No bat involved. Can we go back to the on-field umpire? Joe, you will have to change from out to not out. You're on screen now.
Technology and the benefits of it in the modern game. Bonner went up straight away. 109 for 2.
Successful review from Nkrumah Bonner. To his credit, he went up straight away. Didn't feel anything, didn't hear anything. Nkrumah Bonner is still there. Still battles on for the West Indies. 140 deliveries he's faced now. Nkrumah Bonner, 3 half centuries in 6 innings in Test match cricket. Found an able partner in Calmeers. Went up straight away. He knew it. And Krumabana. A good bit of work from the West Indian batsmen on day 5. First session, only that 1 wicket. Continues to be resolute in this, the second session in the final day's play. And good afternoon, Courtney Walsh.
Good afternoon, Samuel. Good afternoon to our viewers, or good morning to some, depending on where you are. Yeah, Bonner was pretty confident. Didn't hesitate, didn't even have to ask his partner for his thoughts. He knew he had missed it. But as I say, batting pretty well for the West Indies so far. Himself and Mayers, Kyle, partnership worth 31. They're not, wouldn't be too worried about the runs at the moment. They want to keep those wickets intact.
Before the start of this test match, Courtney Walsh, you and I had the discussion about this Duke's ball and how the Sri Lankan batsmen would cope with it. Haven't faced it in quite some time. It's also a challenge for the bowlers when you are faced with a new brand of ball and how you control it. They've done quite well.
Yes, they have, especially that man on screen, Lakmal. He's shown his worth with his experience. His control has been very, very good. Got wickets in the first innings. Hasn't got any to his name as yet in the second innings. But when you bowl almost 18 overs for just 21 runs, it shows good control, good consistency. He has read the pitch well, he has tried stuff, he has experimented, but he hasn't forgot the basics. And that's bowling between wicket and wicket. So he's been challenging the batsmen all the time.
$110 for 2. The impact of spinners in this test match. A lot of overs from Rakeem Cornwall. Just one delivery short of 57 for his 4 wickets. Embeldinia, 39 for 2. So it's been hard work throughout the course of these 5 days for the spinners to have a significant impact in this match. Still pegging away Lassit Embeldinia. Did have that initial breakthrough just before lunch. Continues to search for another.
Oh, Hari. Weather, please. No, Oh, අපිට යන්නේ. ඉතින් මට වගේ.
Edged, goes away down towards the 3rd man boundary and gets there before Twitter's boundary before Calmeers.
Lucas, if you got a little bit of bounce, Didn't win the hand, so you can't call it a chance, but streaky.
On the ball, eh?
That bounce will keep Embaldini interested. This pitch has flattened out quite nicely. Now we've gone from days 1 across to day 5.
Hey, photo ready. Tahu istirahat දාන්න ඕනේ. Photo ready.
Spinners have found it quite difficult. Average degree of turn is 3 and 4 the most. Even though there is considerable wear and tear, still not able to get the purchase that they would have hoped for. And Baldinia in particular. Very much in control. 117 for 2. Five wickets in the first innings. Saranga Lakmal, wicketless so far in this, the second. 5 for 47 in 25 overs. Still searching for his first.
One thing I can't fault him for is the effort that he has been putting in for the Sri Lankan team. The date he's bowled 18 overs. He's now into his 19th. Remarkable effort from one of the seasoned campaigner. Tremendous effort on such a docile wicket. As it's been playing a lot easier as the game progressed, but he still has been running in and giving it everything that he's got. And you have to give him credit for that.
Didn't get the connection that he would have hoped for, and Nkrumah Bonner just fizzled away down the pitch. Expansive drive. Inside portion of the bat. Plenty of room between bat and pad on that occasion. It's really intriguing for me, Courtney Walsh, how the roles of the bowlers change during the course of an innings, during the course of the match. With the new ball, the seamers, ones looking to take the wickets. Whilst the spinner performed that holding role. And as we go deeper into the innings, the seamers perform that holding role and attack from the spinner. Just really fascinating how this game changes and plans change from player to player. from bowler to bowler. But Saranga Lakmal, consistency, 18 overs, only the 23 runs. And testament to that is look at where he's pitched the majority of his deliveries, 65% in that good area, not allowing the batsman to score. And what this also does is that it allows the Sri Lankans to have attacking fields throughout the day, because they're not too concerned about losing the game. It's about them trying to get wickets, trying to bowl 8 special deliveries. So not scoring runs from the West Indies will allow that, and you'll see more of that as we go into that final session. More fielders around the bat, more pressure being exerted.
Yes, and he's shown that consistency. He's even afforded them to bring in another catcher now, like a short mid-wicket. But that's because of how well he's bowling, how good control he's shown, with movements both sides as well. What I like about that is that he's brought in the mid-wicket. You think he might be looking to swing the ball in, but he hasn't shown that. He still looked to carry slip. So he's a clever bowler, clever thinking. Sometimes you try to set the batsman up that, you know, I'm going to try to swing it back into you to bring that feel into play. Lakmal decided, no, I'm still going to try to carry it to slip, because the previous delivery came back in at Nkumabana. So you might be thinking he's going to try the same again. This time he carried to slip as well. So clever thinking by Lakmal.
Stifle appeal. 119 for 2. Conversation with the bowler, Dimut Karunaratne, just offering some suggestions. Powerfully swept away from Nkrumah. Goes the distance. First 6 of the innings for him.
Well, he certainly hit it well. Change the angle. Didn't change his intention. And Nkrumah, that came off the bat sweetly. And there's no fielder place in the deep, so it wasn't taking a risk.
And the Sri Lankans wouldn't mind that shot. Wouldn't mind him playing across the line. Runs, like I mentioned, not the issue for them. About getting these remaining 8 wickets, so they can afford to have fielders in close, have the boundaries exposed, ask him to play those shots.
Near mine. Dama. Dama. Battery atayru. Hamanna battery atayru. Bangladesh wage wuna. Oh, yes, Ambudenia.
These two building up a nice partnership. They did similar work in Bangladesh for the West Indies in that just concluded series.
Chance for a run out here. Confusion. gets back safely. All's well that ends well. 125 for 2. Last ball of the previous over. Kalmia's ball watching, not interested. No need for a run out at this stage, is what he'll be telling Nkrumah Bonner. Changing bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Vishwa Fernando, a wicket taker late yesterday evening, got the wicket of John Campbell.
Showed a better swing throughout this test match. He's got some skill set. Probably haven't got the experience of a Lakmal, but definitely one that they turn to when they're trying to get wickets. And he did oblige them yesterday evening. He'll be trying to see him again in this spell.
Sri Lanka Cricket hosted a press conference earlier today. Unveiled Tom Moody officially as the director of cricket for a period of 3 years, as well as their future plans of the game.
Left arm round to you. That's middle.
One of the future players for Sri Lanka cricket, certainly Pathum Nissanka. Brilliant on debut. Some good young talented cricketers from this island nation.
He's gone around the wicket to the right-hander. He was thinking of trying to take the ball away from him as well with the angle. Just a little bit wide on that occasion, but you can see his intention. But also it not carrying through to the keeper means that the wicket hasn't got as much pace as it did in the first couple of days. That's expected in a test match.
These two players at the crease were very instrumental in that series win in Bangladesh, 2-0. Favor of the West Indies. Vishwa Fernando just overstepping the crease. Way over. Kalmia's on debut, unbeaten 210, chasing 395, conceding a deficit in the first innings, but they've showed tremendous character to come back and roar back into that contest, eventually winning by 3 wickets. Nkrumah Bonner was a crucial partnership that he had. Edged away, goes into the gap, another boundary for Nkrumah Bonner. Not in control, but he'll take them.
Good delivery from Fernando finding the edge, but just one slip in place. Went to probably where second slip would have been. And 4 runs in Kumabana. A second slip would have been able to take that smartly. Instead, the West Indies 131 for 2. Bonner has moved on into the 60s. Can he convert and get a test match century? Only time will tell.
And you would have seen what the debutant Nisanka did. How he constructed his innings, was able to face quite a number of deliveries, pounced on the loose deliveries when they came around. They've opted to have that 2 fielders, the offside and catching position, and just the slip on the gully. But they're more looking for a lofted drive, Sri Lanka. Patham Nisanka, what a player he will become certainly if he continues in the future for Sri Lanka. $131 for 2.
That's overboard.
The partnership, Kalmias and Kumabana 53. What we've seen in the last 2 days in this test match, in this session, haven't seen the fall of any wickets on day 3 and day 4. It's been a barren period for bowlers in this post-lunch session.
Oh, yes!
From what we're seeing so far, that trend seems likely to continue.
From a West Indian point of view, you want that trend to continue, for sure. But it just shows that the pitch has gotten to play a lot easier. Turn still a bit slow. But also the batsmen, the application that these batsmen have shown has been tremendous.
And it's really pleasing to see that application that you've mentioned, Courtney Walsh. Not something that we've used to see in recent times from West Indian batsmen. They look good for a quick 20, 30, 40. But they haven't shown the resolve to spend long periods of time at the crease. So this is really refreshing from a West Indian perspective, as it was refreshing for Sri Lanka when they batted in that second innings. Tirimana, Dhananjaya De Silva, Dick Weller, as well as Patham Nisanka. Can't forget to mention Oshada Fernando for his 91. So it was brilliant from them with the bat. $133 for 2. brilliant sunshine here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium, as we've had throughout the course of the 5 days. First Sandals test match.
In the previous over, chance went down. Didn't go to slip, but went in that area, and because of that, we've seen a change in the position. They have no longer have a first slip. What field will they have for the left-hander? A similar field for the left-hander. But I'm in favor of probably the extra slip with the amount of runs they have on the board and leave that gap for covers.
Four buys. An awkward bounce for Niroshan Dikwela. Wasn't able to handle it. Just bounced in front of him.
Very awkward, the bounce just in front of him. Taking evasive action in the end. I think it's the second one is that dispel so far from Fernando.
And maybe there needs to be an adjustment from how far he stands. And once he does that, the slips as well. Always prefer to be catching that ball higher than having to take it low down in case the edge does come through. You don't want it to be bouncing short, so something for them to factor in and consider.
And for me as a bowler, I don't mind you dropping the catches, but I hate when you have it dropped in front of you. So I agree with you fully. Take a step or two up and back yourself. If you drop the catch, that's fine, but at least you have given yourself a chance.
Dushmantha Chameera just trying to conjure something up. Where can this wicket come from? Who can produce a bit of magic for the Sri Lankans? West Indians have been quite purposeful in their efforts so far.
Dikwela not having the best of time with those balls just dropping just in front of him. He'll be advised to take a step or two up. It's best if you try to catch them on the full, even if it's low. Pulling his fingers across the seam a little bit, probably taking pace off the ball. Still not carrying through to the wicketkeeper.
Not often you see a wicketkeeper with a helmet standing so far back. Situation calls for it. 138 for 2. And it's time for the players to have some refreshments. It's time for the Blue Waters drinks break.
partnership of 60 between Kyle Mayers and Nkrumah Bonner. Bonner has looked solid. Kyle Mayers has played with some restraint, even when the bowlers have had or created a little bit of doubt. It has been a hard-fought hour after lunch. .64 to Nkrumah Bonner, Kyle Mayers on 28. And Sri Lanka still searching, and they'll continue to do so. They've been resolute, Alex Jordan. They've been resilient and have shown great fortitude in battling back into this test match.
Indeed they have. The Windies with all to do, 237 more runs to win. And a whole day to last out against what has been a very penetrative attack from Sri Lanka. Welcome back to North Sound, the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium in Antigua and Barbuda. National motto here, each endeavoring, all achieving. Quite fitting for what the Windies have to get done today. Every day is a beautiful day in Antigua. Been wonderful to be here. And a thoroughly engrossing test match. This first test in the Sandals Test Series.
That's your box. That's your crease. That's your crease.
Banda, banda.
Hello, please.
අම්මා නියමයට කැපුණා ඒක නියම ගාන. නියමයි බා. නියමයි නියමයි.
Sri Lankan spinners today, they've pulled the length back after lunch.
අන්න හරි එහෙම දාන්න. ඔබ බෝලර් එක විකට් එක වදින්න දාන්න.
One thing that maybe Karunaratne and Buldenia could try is a silly point.
Yeah, look, he's got it away there. Another boundary. Runs flowing reasonably well for the Windies today. 143 for 2. Ian Bishop, you mentioned you would like to see a silly point there with Embuldinia bowling. Bit of a depleted slip cordon as well, even with the quicks. Shouldn't Sri Lanka be taking advantage now, a more attacking field, when they have such a good opportunity to win this test match?
It's a good point you make, Alex Jordan. The slip cordon has just been adjusted. Lahiru Tirimana was at a first slip. Now he's gone at 1.5. So there's a huge gap between Bikwela, the keeper, and the man to his right at slip. So there has to be a commitment from either that if it comes in the gap, they must go at it. Almost in there. So yes, I think Dimuth Karunaratne has so many runs on the board that he could afford to take a few more risks and put some perception, have a perception of pressure by having a couple of attacking fielders. Silly point for the spinner, maybe the extra slip, maybe a short leg.
Strikes me as a rather reticent captain, Dimuth Karunaratne. Hasn't really imposed himself on this game. 2 failed outings with the bat. But he should be feeling that this is his test to lose.
2 men at short cover.
To win, I should say. After the start they had, he couldn't really ask to be in a better position here on day 5.
I know his form will come good at some point in this series, Dimuth Karunaratne. He's too good a player. But I'm fascinated to see how he goes in the next test match, whatever the result is here today, because he'll have to work a lot of balls from outside the off stump if I were bowling against him. .145 for 2.
Overboard.
Two 50-run partnerships for the Windies today. They'll feel good about that. That's a gorgeous shot. Fielder trying to run it down. I think he does. Captain himself. His ears must have been burning. 3 runs.
Come on, Emi. Come on, Emi. Kagam lamai. Ikut tu, kagam lamai.
Looking.
Anna hari.
You see, for me, why I like the man in a silly point or silly mid-off, some would say, is because I understand the man at short cover, but I just like to see maybe a person from maybe mid-wicket into silly point so that Bonner's not that confident propping forward. In fact, I just want to put someone, a visual impediment, I suppose I could term it, in his eye line, so it might just force him to stay back when he should be forward, fraction late.
Three from the over. 148 for 2. An empty Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, of course, COVID-19 keeping fans away. But that muted stadium belying, I'm sure, the chatter around the region. All eyes will be on this game. Good fielding in the deep.
Yeah, Alex, the other thing as well is that there's a second new ball that becomes available in 16 overs. 15 overs and 5 balls. So that'll take you just after the tea break. So if you're Dimuth Karunaratne, that's an additional option that you have. You're not sitting back waiting for that. You'd like to have breakthroughs before that. But he wants those breakthroughs so that he can have relatively newish guys if he decides to take that. That's about an hour away.
That's middle.
Well, Ian Bishop, we haven't seen any wickets fall in this session in the last 2 days of this test match. Yes, yes, indeed. Bish telling me not to speak too soon. He's quite right. $25% off all Windies kit until March 31st. Get it while you can. Very cool kit. It's free shipping. Just spend a certain amount here in the region and it will be shipped to you for free. If I had $1 for everyone who asked me where I got my Windies kit, this is it, right here. looking fluid and confident, these batsmen now. Bonner well set. .150 up for the Windies. 151 for 2. If they'd been given it this morning, would they have taken it?
Yeah. They just had a bounce of gloves to bring up and settle the landmark of 150, Bonner and Mears. What's in store? Well, today's play 44 into the 45th over. Another 30 overs in the remainder of the day's play, in addition to the last hour.
Two wickets gone. Windies are 151.
Former captain Dinesh Chandimal, who was leading the team here in 2018, again deep conversation with the incumbent Dimuth Karunaratne.
Just saw the leaders of Sri Lanka on the field. There's the leader of the Windies, head coach Phil Simmons. Well respected, a lot of impact on the game around the world, including with Afghanistan and Ireland. Rashid Khan considers him a father figure, in constant contact. I got a little story you might like, Ian Bishop. Phil Simmons, of course, also so well loved in Ireland, had great impact there. And I asked him about his time in Ireland, and he told me, you know, on the second day of being there, he was at the cricket ground, and a guy was giving him his phone number. And he said, oh yeah, it's 437. And when he heard the tree, he felt at home. Of course, that TH sound, something the Irish and Trinidadians and, dare I say, many West Indians share in common.
Come on, boy, come on, boy!
153 for 2. Just seeing if there's a no ball here.
Fair delivery. Over.
Dhananjaya De Silva back into the attack. Five overs at his earlier spell.
Yeah, and I could argue as well as Mears and Bonner are playing, I could argue with another 222 required. Don't know how many of those you can chase in the time left. Not impossible, but I'd feel very secure in maybe even bringing up the men from the deep. And saying to Kyle Mears, I don't need a long off for you. If you want to hit it over long off, then you take the chance and go down there. I know it's a thing to dry up any boundary opportunities for modern players and play on the psychology.
But Ian Bishop, surely runs not the issue here for Sri Lanka.
I don't think it's about runs. In the sense of them, in this case here, feeling that giving away a 4 may cost them the game. It is just stopping Kyle Mears from getting any tempo into his innings. But I think you can risk it, though.
$155 for 2.
Overboard.
හැබැයි ඉස්සරහා වුණත් කමන්නේ මෙතනට වැටුණොත් කහන්න ඕනේ.
Fernando and Imbaldenia with the wickets. Imbaldenia again from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Oh, that's gorgeous. It would be hard work for the fielder to make it. Looking very comfortable, Kyle Mears. A beautiful boundary.
It was an attractive shot. What Imbaldenia was trying to do was to get the ball into the footmarks outside the off stump. I think he just missed the dark spot where the bowler has been following through. One of those two spots there in the foreground and just a little deeper. And in so doing, he shifted his line of attack in this over. There was a leg slip for the previous Embuldinia over. Alex, and he was coming round the wicket with a leg slip bowling into middle stump and into leg stump. Now he shifted his line, shifted his field set, and he's coming left arm over the wicket. Got to think if you're Kyle Mayers, it's enticing, but I can leave that. It's not threatening anything. He's seeing a scoring opportunity, so he's trying to go for it. No need, Bonner is saying to him now. You can leave it. That's it. Information received. Now force the bowler to bowl tighter into off stump.
Two runs off the final ball of the over. 161 for 2.
$161 for 2, the West Indies. Bonner, Kyle Mayers, wonderful partnership of 83, blossoming quite well in this post-lunch session.
And the trend continues where the middle session, wicketless middle session, well, we're not quite at tea yet, but for now it looks that way. Certainly has been tough going for Sri Lanka. Good solid batting by both Mayers and Bonner. And of course, this pair did some damage in Bangladesh as well.
Just can't seem to find the breakthrough. The Sri Lankans, they've tried several different options, several plans. None of these plans has worked. Short cover, short extra cover. Finds the gap. Kyle Mayers. picks up another 2. Moves on to 45. 164 for 2.
Over ball.
Both openers dismissed in this final innings for the West Indies. Brathwaite for 23, John Campbell yesterday evening for 11. Since then, Nkrumah Bonner and Kyle Mayers have been delightful out in the middle.
Come on, boy.
Work to the one side. 4 runs.
Matakan, ane hema daanna, එක දාලා දාන්න. එක දාලා දාන්න ළමයි. Come on boys, come on boys.
Tremendous concentration and application in this innings. Nkrumah Bonner 184 deliveries he's faced. Freebie this time. Another boundary to him.
අද නිකන් ඉස්සරහට තැනකට දාන් ඉන්න.
And Boldini is under some pressure. That's 2 4s in the over so far. One was struck through mid-wicket. Now this one down to the vacant fine leg, swept away by Nkrumah Bonner. Has been a long couple of sessions for the Sri Lankans in this blazing sun. Maybe a little fatigue setting in.
He did have a moment of reprieve late yesterday evening in Nkrumah Bonner. Edged it, but no appeal really from the Sri Lankans. Elegance from the Jamaican. It's another couple. 10 runs of that over. Expensive. 174 for 2.
Go boys, එන්න ළමයි. එදාලා පොඩ උදව් කරා ගහමු ළමයි. එකක් ගත්තා නම් හරි ළමයි එන්න.
This is that decision, or opportunity rather, late yesterday evening. Ultra Edge did confirm a spike.
Come Danny. Oh yes, Danny. Yes, Daddy. Good
These two
bowling, Daddy.
have stitched together useful partnerships with the West Indies. Still early days in their international careers, just their third test match each. Nkrumah Bonner, Cal Mayers. But from what we've seen from them, Sir Curtly Ambrose, very pleasing to see the application and the temperament.
They are both playing very well. They're playing the situation. If they have to defend, they'll defend. When they get loose deliveries, they're quick to pounce on them and put them away. Certainly doing a good job for the team.
Maiden over, 174 for 2. Partnership with 96. Cal Mayers beaten on 47 and Nkrumah Bonner on 80. Yet to get a test century and Nkrumah Bonner. Cal Mayers, of course, unbeaten, 210 on debut. So the ability is there, the raw talent is there, and we're seeing that application, that determination, and that concentration that is required to be successful at this level. Change in bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Dushmantha Chameera for another spell.
Still searching for a breakthrough, Sri Lanka.
More of a defensive field now with the deep backward square, fine leg, and the point on the boundary. So that expensive last over where 10 runs were conceded from El Bondinia necessitated the change in bowling, but also the field. So they're a little bit concerned, the Sri Lankans, with the runs. Still a long way away. West Indies 201. But they want to set things up in that final session where they can go on all-out attack.
Something isn't quite right. I don't know if something is wrong with Nkrumah Bonner. Probably not feeling well. Sitting down. A bit of grimace on his face as the physio comes out. Yes, something certainly isn't wrong, isn't right with him. Getting a stretch, maybe the hamstring. It has been extremely hot, Samuel Badri, and this heat could sap your energy much more than you think. Bit of cramp, maybe.
He's been there for 189 deliveries in Nkrumah Bonner. Not out overnight. So since the start of the day's play, had to endure. And Test cricket is not only a test of your skill, and your temperament, your concentration, but also a test of fitness. Carefully inspecting what's going on. Both umpires, Joel Wilson and Gregory Brathwaite, keeping a close eye. And this is the West Indies batting effort so far. Brathwaite and Campbell both dismissed, but it's been a magnificent partnership from Nkrumah Bonner and Kyle Mears. Still some batting to come. Yesterday evening, John Campbell dismissed off the bowling of Vishwa Fernando. At that point, Sri Lanka might just have felt that this game could have been over already. And then the wicket of Craig Brathwaite before lunch. Really uncharacteristic of him. Was doing a marvelous job until that moment. Not too sure he was playing for some turn, none on offer, and through the gate. But since then, there's been a barren period for the Sri Lankan bowlers. They've tried. Saranga Lakmal 19 overs for 23 runs. Chamira has charged in. And Baldinia, Dhananjaya De Silva. All tried different approaches, different plans, different strategies. But the result, all been the same. Sri Lanka's fought back strongly in this test match, dismissed on the first day for 169. Brilliant in 476 in the second. West Indies still 201 runs adrift of that required target, but more importantly, 8 wickets in hand. With the final session a few minutes away.
Nkrumah Bonner back on his feet, ready to go again. Just got that good stretch from the physio. Hamstring, lower back. In searing heat like this, it's very important to keep hydrated. You don't want to wait until you're extremely thirsty to drink. You should always top up prior.
And as a former fast bowler yourself, you would know that all too well. You face extreme heat in different conditions. The hottest venue for you, secretly?
It's between Sharjah and Australia. I remember playing in Australia where it was like 44 degrees.
Which city in Australia?
Perth. And of course Sharjah as well, extremely hot. It was so hot in Australia. We had Phil Simmons, the present coach of the West Indies team, bowling from one end, and Courtney Walsh, myself, and Ian Bishop bowl one over spell from the other end. It was so hot. We couldn't manage 2 or 3 overs. It was that hot. That's where I know Phil Simmons is a strong man. He just, well, doesn't take more than 2 or 3 steps anyway. Can you imagine you get a wicket and you're ready to go in next over? You just don't have the energy to do it.
Sri Lanka relied on swing in the first innings. The good the good effect as well. This thing have progressed through the course of this test match. Less evident, less success. Not much in it in this pitch. It's really flattened out over the last day or two. $177 for 2. Just to continue on that point about the heat, secretly, we've seen in recent times different developments, the ice packs and vests that provides an element of coolness for the players in those hot conditions. That's really challenging and draining.
Go boys!
Can really sneak up on you, that heat stroke.
And that particular game that I spoke about at Perth was the last game of a 3-month tour. So of course, you know, we are really running on fumes at that point. Jaded, extremely tired.
No bat pad, catching mid wicket, regular mid wicket. Still like to see someone in front of the bat secretly, just to put that doubt in the batsman's mind. Runs not really an issue for Sri Lanka, 198 still.
Without that short leg, our man has silly mid off. It's all too easy for the batsmen. They won't be under any pressure. They can defend with hard hands if they want to.
Mid-Nova, 177 for 2. Partnership 99 between the two heroes from that Bangladesh series. Had a 216-run partnership in that historic test match win, chasing 395. That single brings up the 100 partnership. It's the 6th third wicket partnership of 100 or more. West Indies versus Sri Lanka. And for you stats guru, there's the first time of that 6 that the partnership does not involve Brian Lara. So the previous 5 occasions Brian Lara has been involved. This is the first time that he's not. 100 partnership. Then Nkrumah Bonner and Kyle Mears. Kyle Mears on 49 now. particularly if you put on your coaching cap, where can this wicket come from if you're sitting in the Sri Lankan dressing room? What can you conjure up?
It's quite simple. Just get a message to one of the batsmen, asking them to leave a straight one. No, but on a serious note, it's tough going for the Sri Lankans. They've tried just about everything they could, and nothing has worked up to this point. Nothing in the pitch, not really misbehaving, the odd one keeping a bit low, but no devil. But as a coach, you will probably point out to the players that it has been a trend over the last few days. Wicketless middle session. So don't be too disheartened. After tea, we've seen a cluster of wickets falling. So that could be a little bit of an inspiration for them after tea. Got to keep fighting. Got to keep believing they can break this partnership. And so often we see you break a partnership and wickets start to fall in clusters. So there's still hope for Sri Lanka.
He'll be thinking that just 8 good deliveries to win them this first test match. And that's the message I'm sure that Mickey Arthur will be giving to his players during the interval. New ball also due some 6 overs after this one. So that's another possibility. Kalmia's on 49. Remains on 49, 179 for 2. Confirmation of that second new ball available in 6 overs time. Final over before the tea interval. Challenger De Silva continues. To also give credit to the Sri Lankan bowlers, even though nothing has been happening for them, they've still stuck to the task with good discipline. Haven't really allowed the West Indian batsmen to score freely or easily. They've had to work for every single run. Maybe just a handful of deliveries that presented easy scoring opportunities, but outside of that, it's been brilliant.
And that's what it's all about. It has been tough going. Nothing much happening for the bowlers. And rather than just don't put in the effort and give away easy runs, they're still trying to keep it nice and tidy. As we see Silimidov in position now.
I didn't ever think when a spinner is bowling looking for wickets that you should never have that person. There's not an instant in my mind in that silly mid-off or silly mid-on shouldn't be employed. not necessarily for the catch, but that indecision from the batsman, the apprehension to go forward, that's what you're after. You can catch him on the crease. That's his 50 in Kalmiers. Another landmark for him. The last time he got past 50, he got an unbeaten 210 Kalmiers.
Certainly he's playing well, Palmeiras. Another 50 to his name.
Really heartening to see our young batsmen grasping the opportunities given to them. They did so in Bangladesh. They're doing so now at home. Kalmiers and Krumabona. Well watched, competently and confidently done. 181 for 2. And that will be tea here on the final day of the first test match. And the trend continues. No wicket in this period. We've seen that on days 3 and 4. We've seen it today again on day 5. West Indies camp will feel very pleased with this effort. 27 overs, 90 runs, but more importantly, that wickets column, 0. Sri Lankans, well, they've toiled really hard. Nothing to show for it in that session. Yesterday evening, we saw the fall of John Campbell. Today, Craig Brathwaite. But beyond that, it's been all about Nkrumah and Kalmiers. 84 and 50 respectively. Partnership of 103. 181 for 2 at this stage. The bowlers, Vishwa Fernando and Lassit Embeldinia, the successful ones for Sri Lanka. But they've all tried. They've all attempted to get that wicket. Hasn't happened just yet. Not for lack of effort though. And this is where we are at the moment. After 4 days, we're into the 5th day. It's ebbed and flowed. Shift in momentum. Sri Lanka behind on days 1 and 2, 169. They were shot out 4. West Indies had a lead of 102. They made 271. Then Sri Lanka roared back of 476. Nisanka top scored on debut, 103. Kemar Roach picked up another 3-wicket haul. And then in pursuit, West Indies 181 for 2. Still 194 to win. But more importantly, 8 wickets in hand in that final session. Intriguing test match, entertaining, enthralling, captivating. Alex Jordan is down on the ground.
I am indeed, and I'm with the West Indies batting coach, Monty Desai. Monty, there's a flag man who stands across the road, stock still, and we saw you looking quite the same on the edge of the boundary for the whole innings. What's been happening over there?
Well, I think I got the best seat out there to view the game properly.
You do indeed, and you must be pleased. The 100 partnership up, a lot has gone right for you this morning.
Yeah, I think we have been taking a lot of pride in bringing in the approach part of it in our batting. And our batters actually showed that we can be disciplined and we can keep on batting long.
Just the one blip when you lost the captain this morning, but a word on Nkrumah Bonner's performance, another half-century. That's 3 half-centuries in 6 innings.
Look, I think, again, each and every batsman, the way they are preparing right now, they are looking out for bringing in that appetite of facing a lot of balls. Test cricket is about occupying the crease for longer periods. And once you do that, you do get your scores.
Monty, Sri Lanka came into this final day with a clear advantage. West Indies has done very well in these first 2 sessions. Is there a point in the day? Have you talked through scenarios where you might go for it?
Not really. I think we were just looking at responding to the way the questions are asked by the Sri Lankan bowlers and respond them in an appropriate way.
And they've been doing that so far. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Pleasing for the batting coach, I'm sure, at the moment. Well, we'll take a short break and back with some more analysis.
Back here in beautiful Antigua and at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, the West Indies are 181 for 2, and Nkrumah Bonner is on 84. Carl Mears is with him, only 1 wicket to fall today, that of Craig Brathwaite. West Indies trail or need 194 to win, and Sri Lanka on the hunt for 8 wickets. These tall timbers of minds here with me. Courtney Walsh, the former West Indies captain, the great Sir Curtly Ambrose, a native of Antigua. I guess I could say that about the both of you. Sir Curtly, what a session for the West Indies.
It certainly was a good session for them. And the trend continues where this middle period between lunch and tea, where the fielding team went wicketless, that continues. But it was a good batting display from Nkrumah Bonner and Kyle Mayers. 103-1 partnership to put West Indies in a good position. But Sri Lanka shouldn't be disheartened, because after tea, we've seen over the last few days, a flow of wickets has fallen. So there's still hope for them.
Courtney, what is it about that middle session?
I'm going to disagree with him. There's no flurry of wickets in this session that we want to see.
Right, no cautionary tale. No cautionary tale.
What I liked is the way they went about it, business-like, real professional. I didn't see them live in Bangladesh. I saw the highlights. I saw a couple of the games. But to see these two rookies, as you would say, in Test cricket, because they've only played a handful of tests between them, the way they've gone about it, the maturity that they've shown, very, very great to see. But also what I like is Bonner. Bonner has not changed his whole game and the way he plays the game. He's gone on about it, not afraid to play shots. If the ball is in the right area, he takes them on. He's not afraid of taking on the challenge. And that has been his demeanor from the time I knew him. Knew him way back in the days of Jamaica when he was trying to make the Jamaica team. And he has not changed his mannerism. What he has changed is maturity and his awareness of the game and what he wants to achieve. And I'm just happy that he's been so consistent so far.
So Kirtley, he made his Test match debut, I think, at age 32. If I'm off by a year or so, please forgive me. What is it about a guy who comes into the game at this stage?
At his age, he got a chance to play international cricket, or Test cricket for that matter. He had got time on his side, so he had to hit the ground running from the very first game. Because you know, we in the Caribbean, as soon as they get to 30 plus, they say old. So he hasn't got time on his side to say he can come back later. So he had to make use of his opportunities, and he's certainly showing that.
I'll take you up on that a little bit later. For now, though, let's jump to Kyle Mayers and the way slightly younger than Nkrumah Bonner, but younger in the game as well.
Yeah, younger in the game, but he has a appetite for the game. And he is always wanted to represent the West Indies, so he's got the opportunity. He's been knocking at the door, playing first-class cricket, doing a lot of stuff. The chance came when he went to Bangladesh, and he has grabbed it with both hands, and he's shown that it's not just going to settle there. He wants to expand on it. We saw a little bit of his bowling, but he loves to bat. And once he gets in, he backs himself to do a job for the team and for himself. So it's really, really heartening to see.
Yeah, a muscular sort of player, and like so many of us, a lot of runs square of the wicket either side, not too much down the ground. Maybe because there's protection down the ground as well. That's something you don't see on the wagon wheel. So a new ball is due after tea in 5 overs time. So Kirtley, how critical is that?
It's going to be very, very critical. Sri Lanka, time is running out in terms of them trying to get a victory. So I'm quite sure that as soon as a new ball is due, they're going to take it for one last burst. They haven't got time, one session left in this game. So the new ball is going to be critical. They got to take it, and hopefully they can dismiss West. Well, they need 8 wickets. It's going to be tough.
Tough, but none of us here, this trio of my 2 elder colleagues who I've played with for so many years and learned so much from, we're not saying it's over. Craig Brathwaite, the only wicket to fall today. We touched on it, you touched on it a little bit earlier. Review it again for him.
Yeah, I think he probably got caught in 2 minds. He was probably thinking of going over the top, thinking at the same time, I need to be here to defend it. Got caught in 2 minds, and it does happen from time to time as a batsman. And I'm sure the 2 dismissals that he has had in this Test match, he's going to be looking back at them and knowing Craig Brathwaite the way I do. That mistake is not going to happen again, not in the series.
Is there anything, we talked about that new ball, let's just look at Sri Lanka's perspective. Is there anything you'd like to see done differently, apart from we've already touched on taking the new ball?
I think that they need to keep attacking. I think at some point they relax the field just a little bit too much. And I think they need to keep guys around the bat, whether it's a short leg or silly mid off, just to create that doubt in the batsman's mind. Because with those guys not in catching position, it's too easy. The batsman can block with hard hands without any issues. So I think they need to keep guys around in catching position and create that pressure.
You played with Phil. What would Phil Simmons be saying to his 2 not-out batsmen right now before the resumption?
Go back and bat. Take no chances. Don't let anything in the game. Bat until the close. If things changes, we'll send you a message, whatever the case might be. But just go play a natural game, enjoy it. But the 2 of you, I want to see the 2 of you at the end of the day's play.
Can you assure West Indies fans of anything in this last session coming up? Speak to the West Indies fans in particular.
Well, sit in your seat, enjoy the rest of the cricket that's going to become, because we've got 2 youngsters who are very determined to bat the day out. Bonner wants his 100, and Kyle wants to try to get close to it. So I think that in itself is something that we all want to see happening.
Shortly, briefly, you agree, Kirtley?
Mostly, yes. I think that Nkrumah Bonner, in particular, would want to get to 100. Got close a couple of times. And that elusive 100, he want to get it in this game.
Thank you very much, Sir Kirtley. Thank you very much, Courtney. I did not say anything. The batsmen will resume for the final session of this most engrossing test match. Weather is absolutely perfect. We look forward to this last session. See you after the break.
A very good post-lunch session for the West Indies. 90 runs, no wickets lost. Phil Simmons, Craig Brathwaite, and the West Indies will be feeling very confident going into the last and final session of this test match. At the moment, two batsmen well set, and Nkrumah Bonner on 84, Carl Mayers on an even 50. Partnership of 103. Well, the Sri Lankans, they continue to toil really hard. Just one wicket today. Dinya getting the wicket of the captain, Craig Brathwaite. Opportunities have been difficult to come by for wicket taking. What will the final session produce in this test match? We'll wait and see. The West Indies might not be thinking about those 194 runs remaining if they are to win this test match. Sri Lanka surely will be thinking about the remaining 8 wickets. Still a very, very good day for cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Reminder that we must bowl 75 overs in the day before the commencement of the last over. And there will be a minimum of 15 overs in that final hour. "55 overs so far in the day's play. We had 20 yesterday afternoon. Total of 75 in the innings for the West Indies.
So another 20 overs to be bowled before the last hour. Now, if this new ball is taken and comes off nicely, anything could happen. But I'm not sure what is going to happen just yet, Darren. But so far, this test match been very, very intriguing. Balance, switch from one team to the next. Day 1 was West Indies, day 2 was West Indies, day 3 Sri Lanka fight to come back, day 4 Sri Lanka, and day 5 cricket.
I heard you at the tea interval refer to Nkrumah Bonner as a youngster. You're giving away your age, Courtney Walsh. That's relatively young as against your age. He's 32.
I meant young in the test arena. Let me correct that just now.
Thanks for that clarification.
Yes, this is his 3rd test match. He's a rookie, he's a youngster to test cricket, and that's what I meant.
Embeldinia to open proceedings post-tea. Let me talk to you a little bit about the age of Nkrumah Bonner and to a lesser extent and the experience that they would have built to the point of making their debuts in test match cricket, and how that has assisted in the success that we've seen so far from them at the test level. Thoroughly enjoyed this partnership. Traditional test match batting from these two, Nkrumah Bonner, Kyle Mayers. Follows the effort we saw from Nisanka and Dequella when they produced 179 for Sri Lanka.
Good run in between the wicket by these two, and that's another hallmark of the partnership. We're not afraid of getting singles and taking two. That's the batsman to come. That's Jermaine Blackwood, will be followed by Joshua De Silva and Jason Holder. Roddy Eswick bowling coach in the middle, and young Jaden Seals as well.
Edge and gone. It was wide outside the off stump. Lured Kyle Mayers into the shot. Outside edge found. Early wicket, post tee.
Well, I'm sure he was probably warned about that before tea. He would not have been happy. Kyle Mayers. Outside, just wide, a little bit of turning, a little bit of juggling, but a simple catch in the end. And I'm sure when he goes in and see the replay of that, he'll be not very happy with himself. It's 183 for 3.
As the drama started in this third and final session. First over, a wicket to fall, that of Kyle Mayers. That has brought Jermaine Blackwood to the crease. This is how Myers went. Good juggle from Thiramana. To drift maybe. As, looking for the ball to turn into him. Playing inside the line of the ball. Off the mark. Jermaine Blackwood. 184 for 3. Extras 13. A change in the scorecard to what we saw at the tea interval. Kyle Mayers back in the pavilion. A new batsman for the Sri Lankans to bowl to, Jermaine Blackwood.
And Lakmal is back as well in the attack. Remember, he got a 5-wicket haul in the first innings. Yet to put his name in the wicket column. His 19 overs just yielded 23 runs with 7 maidens.
Just want to take you up on that conversation we were having about the age of Nkrumah Bonner and to a lesser extent Kyle Mayers. These two players, they've been around first-class cricket for quite a while. Is that the template that selectors should be looking for before they make decisions as it relates to players being elevated into the test arena? Players playing a fair amount of first-class cricket, understanding their game properly, and maybe applying more for batsmen who many feel mature, closer to the 30 mark, where they've played a lot of cricket and developed themselves.
Not necessarily all the time, but it's something that you can think about. And in the case of Nkrumah Bonner, he's been around for quite some time, played for Jamaica, then he came and played here in the Leeward Islands. I think at one point in time captained the team here. So he's been around, he's been on the circuit, he's gained some experience. If you have a youngster who is dominated and looks the part, I have no issue with him coming in. But what Nkrumah Bonner has done is that he has gone around the circuit, got the experience, and he's now putting everything to good use. So he's maturing at the right time as well for the game.
Loud appeal. Just getting that front foot in the line of the delivery, having to play around it, and Nkrumah Bonner.
To me, I think he just used the angle, went wider to slant it in. It was going down, but clever thinking by Lakmal. We all know he swings it away from the bat nicely. This one, he realized that I pushed it a little bit too much, but he still got excited.
Many batsmen, when they get to the age of 30, 31, 32, that's when they feel they're more in control of their batting skills. They understand what it takes to construct an innings. They pretty much have worked out their strengths and weaknesses, and the way to go about scoring runs. And in Nkrumah Bonner's instance, he debuted in first-class cricket in 2010. And he's played quite a bit of cricket, as you mentioned. So maybe that's something that selectors will probably factor in a little bit more with players. I can speak for many players in the Caribbean. Selectors oftentimes are quite keen to select players out of the under-19 level. But then by the time that player gets 27, 28, and that player has had quite a number of opportunities at the international level, that player is forgotten.
You're right with that, Darren. And so sometimes you got to prolong and persist just a little bit longer. And it's not just a bowling, a little bit of batting too. It's 186 for 3.
Surely Nkrumah Bonner showing his experience as a batsman for the West Indies, producing the ideal innings in the circumstances for the West Indies.
He's been in this position before in Test match cricket. Nervous 80s, nervous 90s for Nkrumah Bonner. I'm sure that he'll be thinking that he needs to get over the line. He needs to turn this into a big 3-figure score.
And just for viewers, by all means, we're not advocating that all players should be considered in that sort of light. Wait for them to mature and develop. You often find young talented players who can make the transition from first-class cricket to the test level. A case in point, Pathum Nissanka, only 22 years of age. Test match century on debut, so that's where the skill of the selection panel comes into play.
And as someone who used to sit on selection panels for both Jamaica and the West Indies, I agree with you. Sometimes you see a talent and you just know you have to invest in that talent because of what you've seen. And sometimes you got to persevere and give that other person a bit of chance. What I used to try to tell players as well is don't wait for the selectors to pick you, pick yourself. If you're doing it consistently and you're getting runs and you're performing, fine. But there's times when you're going to see a talent or two that you know that, listen, you've got to give this kid a chance, and you can't be afraid of doing so. It's 187 for 3. And Darren, as we talk about selection as well, and I said I with my selectors at, sometimes you see a talent, I won't call names, and you say, well, okay, I'm going to save this person for this position or for this condition. Might be in England, might be in the Caribbean, it might be anywhere.
So there's a method towards blooding young talent at the international level.
Now, Sri Lanka might have said the best place to start with Nissanka is away from home. Less pressure. It has proved well for them because they came and played in all format of the games here in the West Indies, T20, ODI, and you heard them talking about him before the test match started, and he has justified all of that with making a Test 100 on debut. And as a selector, you got to feel proud of being involved or associated with that as well.
Been pushed down the ground. This should have enough to go into the boundary line, yes. And Nkrumah Bonner goes to 90 now.
He's now leveled his highest score in Test cricket. Did so on the tour of Bangladesh, where he played so well, so elegantly in that series. Nice firm push down the ground, enough timing to get it to the boundary.
Well watched by Nkrumah Bonner. That delivery from Lakmal that angles into the right-hander. Kept out on that occasion. He's well set, so it'll be difficult for Suranga Lakmal to dislodge at this stage of his innings.
Well, you can see Lakmal's intention. He's working on those stumps. He's looking for bowl down or LBW. Asking very good question. Even though the batsman is set as a bowler, you can still focus on your areas. Just using the angle, slanting it in to Nkrumah Bonner. Don't be surprised if the odd one or two you see him trying to bowl that outswing, entice him to go at it. If he jabs hard at it, there's a chance for the slip to come into play. But good bowling from Lakmal, using up his experience, but also recognizing that the wicket is not as pacey as the first day. The other one might keep low. He's asking some very good questions.
His demeanor, his body language doesn't say that he's bored. Bats with the same intensity all the way through his innings, which is quite good. Presents a full face of the bat oftentimes. .91 for 3.
That's overboard.
One more over and the second new ball will become available to Sri Lanka. We'll wait and see if they take it straight away or persist with their spinners using the old ball.
Young Reefer getting ready with it. Nearly dropped it just now, but he's having a little bit of juggle, but ready to come on the field with that second new ball.
Just playing around his front pad, and Jermaine Blackwood didn't get many runs in that first innings, 2 from 7 deliveries.
Nice.
You'll be mindful of that, but at the same time, you'll be thinking, I've got to spend some time in the middle. If he battles to the closer and get a 30 or a 40, with this confidence, I'm good.
Soft balance. Jermaine Blackwood. That ball just turning away from him. Luckily, kept down and away from that first slip fielder.
I'll just say soft hands.
.192 for 3. Think tank of this Sri Lankan side on the field, having a discussion. Surely it's centered on that second new ball.
Well, umpire Reefer was getting ready. He's still holding his ground. Captain and his think tank decided, let's pursue with the old one a little bit more. We just had a glimpse of Reefer going back to where he was before, in that relaxing seat. And Chamira has been called into the attack to replace Lakmal. So maybe they're going to give him over to loosen himself up as well before they take the new ball, or maybe they might be thinking of taking it this over. Chamira has bowled 13 overs so far, still wicketless. But he's one Sri Lankan bowler with that extra pace. So they want to make sure and maximize, if they're going to take a new ball, that he should have a piece of the action. Producing a false shot from Jermaine Blackwood. Chamira, as we know, has a bit of pace. You can see his fastest ball is 145 and average is 139. So he can crank it up. The other thing as well, though, Darren, as you would know from a bat perspective, if they take the second new ball, it might just come onto the bat a lot easier and might make scoring a lot easier and quicker for the West Indies. So that might be something Sri Lanka thinking about as well.
Crux of the matter for Karunaratne has to be with the potency of his spinners with the old ball as matched to the potency of his fast bowlers with the new ball. Which option will prove to be a successful option for Sri Lanka in the circumstances with the 7 wickets required?
Well, it will be good to have an idea what they're thinking or how they're going about thinking it, because you can't wait for too long to take that new ball if it's what you're depending on. And at the same time, you have enough runs that you can attack a little bit more, bring an extra slip in play, open up the gaps, tempt the batsman to try to go through there. But you've got to be thinking, I need wickets. For me to win this test match, I need wickets. Just remember they have another 15 overs before they get into the last hour play. So all that you've got to take into consideration in the context of the game. Not a lot of time left for Sri Lanka to make the play. Mickey Arthur will be thinking the same.
Had the chance of speaking with Raw Lewis, the manager of the West Indies team, and with Ronald Rogers, the strength and conditioning coach for the West Indies team as well. Both of them had glowing reviews about Nkrumah Bonner, his attitude, his willingness to work hard, to prepare for success at this test level. They were very, very impressed with his attitude in Bangladesh and that which followed here in Antigua. And here he is. And again, scoring runs, 193 for 3. Still contemplating the option available, Dimut Karunaratne. There was a substitute fielder that came on the field, possibly with a message from the coach, Mickey Arthur, sharing information that will aid in that decision.
And then we see Fernando warming up as well.
You'll need to see this one again. It's in the air, fell just before the fielder in that behind square position.
Blackwood has to be careful here. Ensure he doesn't give them a chance or a sniff at it. He's got to just be a little bit more assertive.
What do you say? Pass down. Sorry.
Maiden over from Embledenia, 193 for 3.
West Indies 193 for 3. Need another 182 runs to win. Sri Lanka need 7 wickets. That's umpire Gregory Brathwaite just waving that the new ball has been taken. And rightly so. This is the last chance for Sri Lanka to try and get these remaining 7 wickets. West Indies, on the other hand, would want to pat out the remainder of today. Still 182 to get. Good afternoon, Mr. Bishop.
Great to be alongside you again, Sir Kirkley. Always a great pleasure. You're absolutely right. This is the moment. Only 2 slips. Just a reminder that the last hour will commence when 75 overs have been bowled. Today,
Kumabana on 90 at the moment. And I'm quite sure that he'll be eyeing that century. He's walking a bit gingerly, Bish and Kumabana. Probably a bit of a hamstring strain or maybe a stiff lower back. He's not moving the way he was earlier. Good delivery. Chimera right on the spot. With a brand new ball, we'll see a little more of that. Extra bounce.
194 for 3. In recent times, when these two batsmen have played for the Jamaica Scorpions, their domestic franchise, Blackwood actually has batted at 3, Bonner at 4 and lower. The roles are reversed in the test team as Vishwa Fernando comes back. It is public knowledge that Blackwood tends to prefer batting at 6 for the West Indies, where he's batted mostly. Change up for this test match. Fernando bowled well in this innings. Round the wicket. Such a wonderful greeting if you're in Nkrumah Bonner anyway.
A gentle loosener from Fernando. And was slapped square of the wicket through the backward point region for 4. Certainly was a good shot. He moved to 95 and Nkrumah Bonner.
They go for the review.
TV umpire to director. We have a players review for LBW. The original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we have front on spin vision? Okay, can you rock and roll that? Keep rolling, keep rolling. Okay, there's gap between bat and ball. Can we go straight to ball tracking when it's available? Ball tracking building. It takes some time. Still waiting on ball tracking. Still waiting. Still waiting on ball tracking. Still building. Ball tracking coming up. It's pitching outside, off, impact in line. Wickets, umpire's call. Can we go back to the on-field umpire? Joel, stay with your not out decision. You're on screen.
Sri Lanka will retain their last review. Second slip fielder was actually saying to Dimuth Karunaratne, who was standing at mid-off, skipper, I think height is the issue. And Karunaratne gambled on it. They haven't lost the review, but good movement from Fernando. Let's hear from Jason Holder on Nkrumah Bonner.
Nkrumah El Figo Bonner. Again, typically confident bloke. One of the most confident guys I've come across. and it shows in the way he carries himself on the cricket field. And you know, one of the things that you could really look out for him to do is just being elegant, man. He's one of those guys who likes to, you know, pose and style on shots that he plays, and you know, he reminds me a lot of Lawrence Rowe.
Good start to the spell barring the boundary ball from Fernando.
No.
97 to Bonner. Brings up the 200 as well. Go back to that review that was taken in the last over. I think it was Dhananjaya Da Silva, second slip. Yeah, I think he was indicating too high. He enjoyed Miroshan Dikwella's chat with us yesterday after the game, where he talked about whose responsibility the reviews are. Not sure what kind of shot that was from Jermaine Blackwood.
Just clipped the back leg. Jermaine Blackwood trying a big shot down the ground, which is certainly uncalled for at this time. Very lucky to be there.
You think he's still going for it? Blackwood, that is. Little injury for Miroshan Dikwela.
What was that really from Jermaine Blackwood? Was that really necessary? I think not. And in the process, wicketkeeper Dick Weller done some damage to his finger. Getting some attention. Is he going to be okay to continue? Well, play is just about to resume. Dick Weller seemed to be okay. Obviously in a little bit of discomfort. Chimera to continue.
Wonder what will be going through the mind. Another no ball in the game. Both teams have been guilty. In fact, Chimera got a wicket with a no ball in the first innings of the match. I think it might have been Bonner. I go back to Bangladesh and the run chase, the 395 run chase. It's just after tea, I think it was, when the West Indies had a simplistic task ahead of them. And Jermaine Blackwood, who was batted, to be fair, very well post-pandemic, had a, let me be kind, a waft, a regrettable waft down the track. And got himself dismissed. He's got some making up to do.
Another good delivery. Pitched and left Jeremy Blackwood.
Good line, 2 or 3 for 3.
Overboard.
$98 to Nkrumah. 99. Last over, good line from Dushman to Chimiria. That is the end of Jermaine Blackwood. You could almost sense it coming from Vishwa Fernando. For the second time in the match, Blackwood is bowled.
Good delivery, a hint of swing as well. From around the wicket, the angle and a hint of swing into Jermaine Blackwood. Knocked him over. Fernando. And Jeremy Blackwood has to go. He made 4. West Indies, 204 for 4.
Jason Holder comes to the crease and go from an extremely diminutive batsman to one of the tallest in the game.
This is the reason why he's there. A bit of an inside edge. Disappointment for Jeremy Blackwood. Jubilation for Fernando and the Sri Lankans.
This final session has tended to serve up wickets across the test match. Is there life in this contest yet? You bet there is. Where will Jason Holder stand on the crease? He'll be targeting the stumps again. Fernando.
Nkrumah Bonner is on 99. Just one run away from a well-deserved 100. Except for the fielder at fine leg, all the fielders are in close, trying to prevent that single. Probably saying to Nkrumah Bonner, want to get to that 100, pierce the infield. Clearly came off that inside edge of the bat onto the pad. They certainly are putting some pressure on Nkrumah Bonner.
Good over, 205 for 4. Da Silva, Alzari Joseph, Raheem Cornwall, Kemar Roach, Shannon Gabriel to come.
Continues to bowl extremely well. Jimmy, look at that. Pitched in line and leg cut. Just missing the outside edge of Jason Holder's bat. Turned him around as well.
Terrific line. Not easy for Niroshan Dequella with the ball. Sometimes on this final day, not carrying.
He's in some pain once again. didn't bounce all that much. And look at that. Probably touched that finger that was injured a few moments ago. And the physio is out once more, Bish.
Remember the old days when we used to play up, specifically at Savannah Park in Jamaica, and the back end of a test match, because of the high clay content, the cracks would appear. And sometimes I used to feel really sorry for Jeff Dujon and David Williams, who played with us. The ball would bounce 2 or 3 times on the way through.
And if you look at their fingers now, looking all crooked, they're really taking the beating over the years. And that pass and parcel of being a wicket keeper with a variable bounce, always difficult. But 2 wonderful keepers, nevertheless.
Must be said that the pitchers, Ken Crafton, who goes around the Caribbean as the West Indies pitch consultant, I suppose, head man, who oversees. Anthony Merrick, who has looked after the surface here, has produced a challenging enough surface, apparently for all concerned, keeper and all. But there's been a dramatic effort in recent years to improve the consistency of pace in the pitches in the region. I think we're seeing it bear some fruit.
They certainly are getting better. And of course, having Ken Crafton, who hails from St. Lucia, going around the region to help with the pitch preparation is so important, because St. Lucia has got some very good cricket pitches. But as far as I am concerned, they're the best pitches in the Caribbean. And kudos must be given to Ken Crafton. And of course, CWI, to have him going around. Because we need to see better cricket pitches. And once we see better cricket pitches, we get better cricket and cricketers.
On the verge of a childhood dream. Hasn't always been off the middle. I love the discipline of Dushmanta Chamira. In this spell, on or around that off stump, I've talked about Ambi, a lot of things that I like about his action. The level head, still head at the point of delivery, very high action, brace front leg, good alignment with everything going towards the target. This spell, apart from a few wide deliveries, good discipline.
Also hit the pitch very hard as well.
Two or 5 for 4.
Overboard.
Well, you wouldn't believe it. And Nkrumah Bonner on 99 made to wait. Jermaine Blackwood lost his wicket. Dick Weller's got some issues with his finger. And now, just getting ready, a few clouds in the distance. Potential drizzle here in Antigua. Yeah, I'm sure the experienced campaigner and Jason Holder will be having some calming words with Nkrumah Bonner. He's faced 239 balls. He wants to face one more. And there it is. A maiden test century for Nkrumah Bonner. Look what it means to the Jamaican. He showed his worth in Bangladesh, and he's brought his form to Antigua.
The realization of a childhood dream. Nkrumah Bonner becoming the 87th West Indian to score a Test match century. A significant moment for him as a cricketer and for all West Indians.
He had to really use a lot of mental strength there at the end. 8 balls on 99. Different delays on the field, but he kept his cool. Jamira now from the Sir Andy Roberts end. An impressive achievement for Nkrumah Bonner, Darren Ganga. Only 6 innings in his Test career. And a triple-figure score.
A fourth first-class century to the Jamaican.
That's a beautiful shot. That will run away. A boundary. I'm sure some relief in the West Indian camp. Just a bit of tension started to build there. Jermaine Blackwood lost his wicket.
Elegantly played by Jason Holder. He's had to watch a few deliveries before playing that shot. It will take some time to settle in. He's a quality batsman, ranked the #1 Test all-rounder, Jason Holder.
We heard Jason Holder use the word elegant to describe Nkrumah Bonner. Pretty good himself.
He also would have had a chance of being there with Nkrumah Bonner whilst he waited patiently to score 3 figures in Test match cricket. So I'm sure Nkrumah Bonner would have appreciated having the former captain at his side during a nervous phase in his innings.
Came down early to the ground this morning, Nkrumah Bonner. Visualizing, warming up. He was in a good frame of mind. Maybe he had a feeling. A bit of grey cloud around now here in North Sound, Antigua. Might be drifting in the right direction though. .213 for 4.
Extra bounce. Just getting into the midriff of Jason Holder in the last over.
Darren Ganga, you had a few Test centuries in your career. Once you pass that figure, those 3 figures, that crucial mark, is it easy to lose your concentration after that? Or should I say, how difficult is it to maintain concentration?
Nkrumah Bonner will know that The equation is still a challenging one for the West Indies. They need to bat out this session to save the game.
Oh, and that's gorgeous. We talked about him looking elegant. And that was another beautiful, beautiful shot. 4 runs.
Over pitch delivery. Yeah, kept his head down. Was focusing on his form as against power in Nkrumah Bonner. Just played in his own style. As mentioned earlier, seems to have a lot of time to play the ball, to get himself into position. That's a very good sign as a top order batsman in Test match cricket. He hasn't looked rushed in this innings, Bonner. We saw in the first innings he had a couple challenges with the delivery that was coming into him. His hands were a little bit slow in getting down and presenting the full face of the bat. He's ironed that issue out. He's looked much more fluent to similar type deliveries. I tell you what, based on what we've seen from him in 3 Test matches, he's projected for great things.
Such a good story, isn't it, Darren Ganga? This Test team put together for the tour in Bangladesh. Getting an opportunity because of the absence of others and making use of that opportunity.
What he's shown is his solid technique to bat in that critical number 3 position. He's been able to play the swinging ball. He's been able to show patience at times when needed, and he can counter attack as well. Desai, the batting coach for the West Indies, spoke about developing the attitude to bat time, bat a large number of balls in Test match cricket. That he has done in Nkrumah Bonner. He's lived up to the expectations of his batting coach, and I'm sure to a lot of West Indians looking on at this Test match.
Oh, that was neat, tucked away. And a boundary to end the over. 9 off of it. The Windies 222 for 4. It's been a fantastic 5 days. This first test in the Sandals Test Series. Windies v Sri Lanka.
As we had mentioned earlier, 75 overs to be bowled before the last hour to commence. 5 overs remaining to accomplish the 75 overs in today's play. And then we'll have that minimum of 15 overs in that final hour.
Suranga Lakmal from the Sir Andy Roberts end. No wickets for him today. for a fifer in the first innings. Interesting to see him walk past Jason Holder there. Saranga Lakmal, the tallest member, I would imagine, of the Sri Lankan team by a way, but looking a little shorter than Holder.
At this stage, you feel that this test match is going to pit out a draw. Karunaratne, with every single delivery, every single over, chances of winning this test match for Sri Lanka diminishes.
It's a funny old game, isn't it, Darren Ganga? But if you were to look back on today's play and assess the Sri Lankan strategy, what do you make of Karunaratne's choices?
I'm sure he would be proud of the efforts of his bowlers. They've all worked really hard in the conditions, which are batting-friendly conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and we've seen that throughout the test match. Definitely improved from the first day when there was a significant amount of moisture on the surface. And what you've seen is a fair amount of creativity from him as captain. Karunaratne uses two spinners. 2 wickets for Mbuldinya. Might have expected more from his spinners on the 5th day of a test match. But you also must match that with the effort that we've seen with the bat from the West Indians. They've played ball on merit, not too extravagant. That partnership with Bonner and Mayers, 105, really blunted the Sri Lankan bowling attack. You would look at this experience, Dimuth Karunaratne, as one that will build Sri Lanka team for the challenges in the second test. After looking at what transpired in the T20 International Series and the ODIs, which they both lost, this to me is an accomplishment of worth for Sri Lanka, playing away from home.
Maiden over for Saranga Lakmal. 222 for 4. You're right, Darren Ganga. An improvement for sure. And of course, history in Sri Lankan cricket yesterday with the performance of Pathum Nissanka. Asith Mbuldinya will continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
What I admired about the Sri Lankans in this test match is how they recovered from that early setback of scoring 169 in the first innings. And then roared back with a superb batting performance in the second to take control of the game. That's very impressive. All Sri Lankans should be proud in the manner in which Sri Lanka has played this test match and recovered from a desperate situation. What they say, the greater the setback, the stronger the comeback.
Yeah, many life lessons can be learned in a test match, Darren Ganga. That's certainly one of them. The Jamaicans would say the hotter the battle, the sweeter the victory. As in the case of Nkrumah Bonner. Out to St. Catherine, Jamaica. I would imagine they're keeping a dance or two in St. Catherine this afternoon.
Hey, AJ, it's a pandemic.
You're quite right. 2-2-2 for 4. Flagman keeping his social distance. He's been unwavering in that position this entire test match. Antiguan flag and the Windies flag. Showing his support. We know where his loyalties lie.
I'm sure many people in St. Catherine will be proud of this man's effort. The entire of Jamaica and the West Indies. Many would not have gotten the chance to see him perform recently in Bangladesh. Now they're seeing him for the first time in home conditions. Long list of test batsmen from the country of Jamaica. Jason Holder alluded to him, reminding him of Lawrence Rowe
Yeah, he batted really well in Bangladesh as well. He had an 86, he had a 90. I'm sure he'd be very flattered with the comparisons to Lawrence Rowe. Stylish. Jamaicans are full of style. Ask Courtney Walsh, Darren Ganga.
West Indies Test batsman from Jamaica. Jimmy Adams, the current director of cricket for Cricket West Indies. Christopher Henry Gale. Wavell Hines. A few test batsmen around the time of Courtney Walsh, Everton Mattis, Basil Williams, Jeffrey Dujon, of course, our colleague in the commentary box.
Speaking of stylish. Another maiden for Lakmal. 2-2-2 for 4.
Overboard.
A solid performance from the West Indies on day 5. Just losing only the 3 wickets throughout the course of the day. We're into final period of what has been an intriguing test match.
Oh, yes, Abula.
Confirmation of the only 3 wickets during the course of the day. Kuma Bonner, Courtney Walsh, your countryman, how special has he been?
Very, very special. I'm sure you'll be very happy, a lot more relaxed. Obviously a little bit of turn and bounce here, but he wanted this 100 and he got it. Very happy for that, very relaxed. And the good thing is that he seems set to try to get a big one out of it there at the end. You don't just want to get 100 and then start to play here. So I like his approach. It's important for him to be there at the end, to make a statement. Did well in Bangladesh, didn't get the 100, get it now. Should be there at the end of the game.
Goes the one towards the 3rd man boundary from Jason Holder. And gets there. Not in control entirely. Boundary nonetheless.
Just opening the face a little bit, Jason, using his height and just rolling the wrist over it a little bit, finding the gap nicely, but well timed. Didn't look as if it was going to get to the boundary ropes, but good timing from Jason Holder.
Oh,
226 for 4. 75 overs have been bowled in a day. The last over will commence, not too far away from that. Just 1 over to be precise. Really developing a reputation now in Nkrumah of being an immovable force in this West Indies batting lineup.
He likes to bat in Nkrumah, and I think this century will give him a lot of confidence. A late bloomer in terms of Test cricket, but he's been around for quite some time. Got this chance in Bangladesh and made the most of it in Nkrumah, and this is the squad the West Indies had for this game. With the reserve looking at Ruston Chase. Darren Bravo not playing in this game. And someone like K. Hope, who must be on the radar, but nice squad. Stayed true to the guys who went to Bangladesh. And with the 1 test match to go, we'll be interested to see what selectors come up with. Adre?
I'll put you on the spot. What would you do?
Brilliant delivery. Well bowled, Lakmal. He's really been giving it everything he's got in this innings, and that's a beauty. Even at this time of the afternoon, from any fast bowler. Very good wrist position, good seam control, and just a beauty. You have to feel for him to be going wicketless so far with the rate that he has bowled. Just to answer your question, for me, what I always like continuity. And after making the commitment of playing this test match, I can't see much changes, to be quite honest, with the 1 test to come. But we never know what the selectors might be thinking. But there might be just 1 and 2 to look to fine-tune, depending on the nature of the wicket and what we're looking to achieve. And what I meant about that, Samuel, is that if this match ends in a draw, and we are going for the victory against Sri Lanka, which I think we should, then I have no problem playing 5 fast bowlers, 5 bowlers to be aggressive. Looking at the combination, you play your 3 or 4 seamers, 1 spinner, or 3 seamers and 2 spinners, depending on the surface. But if you want to get 20 wickets, then you play your 5 bowlers once you're going for the win. And then just pick your best batsmen around that. And at the same time, you've got to give people a fair chance. So I can't see a lot of or any major changes, but we're just the commentators.
Continues to peg away Saranga Lakmal. What an innings this has been from Nkrumah. Really stoic and phlegmatic performance in this, the second innings. For all the youngsters looking on, the way he has constructed this innings showed composure, really organized batsman. And for me, the key was his powers of concentration and his temperament. Really commendable. Did have a few edges, a few balls went past the bat, but he was unfazed and didn't let that bother him. Just like that. And he will be focused again, refocused for the next ball, the next over, the next challenge. 226 for 4. And we'll all have a Blue Waters drinks break. intriguing test match to start the series. Sandals Test Series, and Krumabona has been there for quite some time. 264 deliveries he's faced, 12 fours and 1 6. Whenever he's been given an opportunity to score, he's capitalized, but his defense was quite strong, and that was the moment for him. His first test match century, only his third test match as well. Really making the most of his opportunities. And Krumabona, 226 for 4, the West Indies, 149 more runs to win. That's just statistics. We're into the final hour of this test match. 15 overs. The signal from the umpire. The last hour about to begin. So the final period in what has been a really good test match.
Bearing in mind they could call this game off before that, up to both captains.
Oh, yes!
Is that something you're contemplating, Courtney Walsh? The rule is once the final hour starts, both captains can shake hands. If a result is unlikely, which is the case at the moment. Or would the bowling team still look to get a wicket or two just for a psychological advantage going into the second test match?
Because it's back-to-back test match, and if there's no result from a captain point of view, I would, and especially if I'm in the field, I'll be giving my bowlers a rest if there's no chance of winning. So I think a couple more overs maybe from the spinners, but I definitely would not be rushed my fast bowlers now unless something happened, because as I said, back-to-back test match, you have a less time to recover. You want to keep them fresh.
One of these bowlers that you're talking about, Saranga Lakmal, really toiled throughout this test match. 5 wickets in the first innings, wicketless in the second. 49 overs all told from the fast bowler. So he will need some recovery. 227 for 4.
Well, he's back for his 50th over, so it defies what I was thinking. I was saying give him a break, his back-to-back test match. But clearly Sri Lanka must be thinking that they can win this test match from here for him to still be going. I think he has bowled much better in this second innings than he did in the first. Not that he bowled badly in the first. He had 5 wickets to show for it. And this is what cricket can do to you. You can bowl your best sometime and the result is not showing there. Now he's got like 2 slip, 2 gully, a man on deep a fine leg, and 3 men in the covers, 1 shot. So they're still on the attack, Sri Lanka. So maybe Mickey has sent the message out, guys. Let's give it a good burst of 15 or 20 minutes.
Just seems to be tireless. And Saranga Lakmal pegging away. 8 5-wicket haul in the first innings. Away from home, he's been quite exceptional. The leader of this Sri Lankan bowling attack. And to bowl 50 overs in a test match takes some doing. More so as a fast bowler. And just 3 days in between test matches, so he'll be putting his foot up tomorrow, that's for sure.
Not just tomorrow. If I was the coach, I would want to see him until the day before the game, just to make sure he's okay. Still showing good skill set. A bit tired, you can understand that. You can see the ball dipping and keeping low after it past the wicket. But you can still see that little movements, natural movements, outswing. Very good skill bowler. Very consistent, hit good areas. So for me, with the test match around the corner, if I'm not going for the win or pressing for the win here, I would be resting Lackman. He deserves to get a little rest. But I'm not in the Sri Lankan camp. And from a West Indian point of view, keep bowling. But by the time the test next comes, he could be a little bit more tired. Probing in those areas consistently. I'm sure he'll be down on pace just a little bit, but 50 overs in a test match is no mean feat. He's into his 25th over. Only 29 runs. Excellent, excellent bowling. Sometimes when you get wickets, you don't need to tell them well bowled, but in a situation like this, I would have to say very well bowled Lackmal.
And you're so right. This is why this is such a wonderful game. Test match cricket doesn't have anything to show for it, but in this second innings, he bowled so much better than the first. And in the first innings, he got 5 wickets. A game of glorious uncertainties. Too straight. This time, does it have the legs to go all the way? It does. Just about. So well timed from Jason Holder. Teased the fielder all the way to the boundary.
Seems to be timing it pretty well, Jason Holder. And this is only the 4th boundary of Lackmal in this innings. 19 maidens when you look at that. 49.5, 19 maidens. Excellent, excellent. And the econ rate, a bowler's dream. Any bowler, 1.6, excellent.
And that last ball almost went apologetically to the boundary. Because he's been doing such a good job. 231 for 4.
That's 4 for ball.
Continuing with this test match, Dimut Karunaratne keeping us all here at this venue. 231 for 4. The West Indies. And Baldinia continues from the Circuit the Ambrose end.
Ay!
A quick question for you, Badre. When you reflect back on this test match, which area do you think the West Indies team will be looking to focus on more? upcoming test, for the last test of the series.
I think they'll look to improve in all three aspects, that's for sure. It's all about continuing to improve. Their batting in the first innings wasn't all that special. They required lower order runs from Joshua De Silva or Rakeem Cornwall. So that first innings batting effort is something they'll be looking to improve upon. The second innings was quite good. And then with the ball, the lack of penetration after having Sri Lanka in some early trouble in the second innings too will concern them. So the inability to get 20 wickets, that's what test match cricket is all about, getting 20 wickets to win games. So will they make a change in the lineup, in the attack? But for me, that's something that they'll be talking about. How can they get 20 Sri Lankan wickets? What a delivery. Bounce and turn from Mbuldinya. 232 for 4. Look at this delivery from Mbuldinya. Good hang time. Not too quick. Just beats the edge. New bowler from the Sir Andy Roberts end, Vishwa Fernando. 2 wickets in this second innings.
Bit surprised to see another fast bowler coming into bowl. Not clear as to what the thought process is. But if you're thinking of playing the same seamers in the next test match, with it being back-to-back tests, you don't want to give them a rest, because 18 overs means he's done a lot of bowling so far in this game, unless they're still pressing for that win.
Just to project that question you asked me about the West Indies and what they'll be looking to improve from a Sri Lankan standpoint. A similar thinking. Their first innings batting, they were shot out for 169, albeit on a surface that did provide a lot of assistance to the fast bowlers, some moisture in there. Their second innings, so much better. Built partnerships, spent time out in the middle. But their bowling too hasn't been able to be penetrative in the second innings, only 4 wickets. Slashed away from Nkrumah Bonner. Gets the boundary with short, dispatched.
Got a chance of using the arm, and he frees up quite nicely. With the width, thank you very much. No danger, there's no fielder placed there. Take himself 4 runs. Even his head still and deliberately playing it down there. Still a bit surprised that the seamer is back on. But as you say, I think both teams has a lot of thinking to do. It's 1 test after this match, and both teams will want to try to win that test match to win the series. It'll be very, very important that the game and your plans and everything that you're thinking about is put into perspective.
Him on the glove. In some agony from Abana. Strong man. Seems to be okay. Mentioning that second match and both teams wanting to win, West Indies. Well, both these teams do have motivation. Sri Lanka, they have never won a test series in the Caribbean against the West Indies. And for the West Indies, they'll want to overtake them on the international test rankings. If they win by any margin, they'll go to 7. Sri Lanka will go to 8. So lots of motivation for both these teams.
All to play for when you look at the ICC Test team rankings. West Indies would love to win the series to go above Sri Lanka.
It's all about baby steps. This is what this team is trying to do, build a squad that can rise up the rankings. This would be a good step. They've done extremely well in Bangladesh. So 2021, in terms of test match cricket, it started off quite superbly for the West Indies, and they're continuing to build. Not a good delivery to end it. 236 for 4. Even Joel Wilson seemed to be whispering to Dimuth to make a decision. And Baldinia continues.
Oh, yes, yes, Abulania.
This is the 4th over in the final hour in 15 overs. Really good test match cricket from innings to innings across the days.
Just remember, the captains can call this at any time. So we'll be waiting to see what's happening. Jason Holder with the big stride in. Would want to make sure he's there at the end.
There's a whisper around the ground that this might be the final over. We'll wait and see.
Oh, yes, Abulania.
A little birdie has whispered that. And Courtney Walsh, let's see.
Let's see. I hope that birdie's correct.
Oh, yes.
Sees it off. 236 for 4. Keep your eyes on Dimuth Karunaratne and what he does. 4 overs into this 15. Yes, he does. And shake hands with Nkrumah Bonner. And that's the end of this, the first Sandals test match, and this 2-match series ends in a draw. Both these teams played really good cricket to get themselves in dominant position at times, but in the end, nothing to separate the West Indies from Sri Lanka. Confirmation that the match is drawn. We've seen some superb performances throughout the course of this match. Pathum Nissanka debut Test 100, the 4th Sri Lankan to do so, and the first outside Sri Lanka. Tirimana, 2 half-centuries in this Test match. Really solid at the top of the order for Sri Lanka. Have they found another reliable and dependable player? Mickey Arthur. All smiles. Quite a different scenario from day one when they were shut out for 169. The second innings belonged to the West Indies and their batsmen. This man in particular, he can smile now, and so he should. Really resolute and stoic in the second innings. And dispassionate, unemotional, and did the job that was required of him. Appreciations for their efforts all around. Both these teams will go into that second test match with all to play for. Nice to see players, coaching staff having a light moment and appreciating the efforts of each other. Lakmal really toiled, especially in the second innings. Tremendous performer for Sri Lanka. He will be called upon, I'm sure, in the second test match, as with Kima Roach, who just loves bowling at this venue. .36 wickets for Kima Roach at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Phenomenal performance from him. This is the batting card, and Nkrumah Bonner. Maiden test match century, 113 unbeaten, 274 deliveries, the most that he's faced in his career in terms of balls faced. Jason Holder with him unbeaten on 18, but useful contributions from Kyle Mayers. Don't forget that. 52 from him. The bowlers, been a really tough day out in the field. Fernando picked up 2 along with Lasset Embaldinia. Nothing else from the other bowlers, but you can't fault them for efforts. Shamira ran in consistently. Lakmal was patient, but wicketless. Resistance from the West Indian batsmen. Really pleasing to see from a West Indian standpoint that the young batsmen are taking that opportunity, grasping it with both hands and putting a value on their wicket. It's not something that we've seen of late. So good signs for West Indies cricket. The Sri Lankans, well, they found a diamond, haven't they, in Pathum Nissanka. Sri Lanka, 169 in the first innings. Jason Holder, 5-wicket haul. Tirimana, 70. West Indies second innings, 271. Overall lead of 102. And that was wiped away by the Sri Lankans, 476. Pathum Nissanka, magnificent 103. In the end, West Indies closed on 236 for 4, and Nkrumah Bonner unbeaten on 113, which means that this is a drawn test match. MasterCard priceless moment of this match. And it goes to the debutant, Pathum Nissanka. Really solid in defense, diminutive in structure, scored a lot of his runs square off the wicket. Excellent performance. So this is what we've had so far in this multi-format tour. Sri Lanka off the West Indies, the 3 T20s. West Indies won that series 2-1 in Coolidge, followed by the one-day international series, clean swept 3-0 by the West Indies. And the first of 2 test matches, first one drawn, second one in 3 days' time. The star of the moment for the West Indies with the bat, Nkrumah Bonner, the Jamaican. Very patient up front, and showed a deliberate attempt to spend time out in the middle. When presented with opportunities to score, he capitalized on them. A few edges, but once you're out in the middle, you're going to get that luck. Best shot from him, that straight drive. Special moment that he will long remember. Nisanka, absolutely brilliant, receiving his cap before the start of the test match, and he too resolute, determined and purposeful in his knock, wasn't fazed, and you can tell that this is a young man with a lot of talent. A first-class average upwards of 60, 13 centuries before this in first-class cricket. Another moment that will be long remembered and go down surely in folklore of Sri Lankan cricket. Sri Lanka, 476, represents a brilliant effort with the bat in the second innings. The pitch flattened out on days 3, 4 and 5. It meant that it was really tough work for the bowlers. And that is reflected by the scorecard on the West Indies' second innings. 234, 236 for 4, beg your pardon. Bowlers tried different plans, different strategies, all were negated. Darren Ganga is down on the field.
Ready? Welcome to the post-match presentation. What an enthralling day's play we've had at the end of this first test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka of this Sandals Test Series. Before we go deep into the program, Cricket West Indies would like to thank its sponsors, of course, Sandals Resorts, title sponsor of this series, and also team sponsor of the West Indies, Betway, MasterCard, CG Insurance, Blue Waters, and the Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority. First item on the program, it's the Sandals Player of the Match Award, and we had quite a number of contenders for this award. Suranga Lakmal with his 5 for 47, Jason Holder with 5 for 27, Lahiru Tiremana 70 and 76. But I think no one will argue and debate that that award goes to Nkrumah Bonner for his maiden test match century, and he scored 31 in that first innings. The award is a 5-night stay at Sandals Resorts. Congratulations to Nkrumah Bonner.
Thank you.
Well played, Nkrumah. First up, describe your emotions right now.
It's truly special for me. This is my childhood dream, and I'm really happy I get this monkey off my back.
Let's talk a little bit about the construction of your innings today and your approach. What was your plan before the start of today to bat?
Well, personally, the first innings, my foot wasn't moving as much as I wanted it to. I did some work in the nets with the batting coach, obviously. I want to say thank you to him. Sri Lankan bowlers are very disciplined, so it was important for me, to construct my innings discipline and keep the ball in the V as much as possible.
Yeah, you stayed all the way to the end to ensure that the game came to a draw. Along that journey, what would you say were most challenging for you as a batsman out in the middle?
I think Lakmal was really challenging. I think he bowled real good areas. He has real good skills. All of them pose different challenges, but obviously he was cut above the rest.
And you spoke about this maiden test match century, bringing your childhood dream coming to reality. And I'm sure along the way it would have been a culmination of your hard work and a lot of people who supported you along that journey. Care to mention a few names who would have contributed?
Well, obviously there's a long list. I would say Dennis Gordon, Michael Donegal. There's so much, man. I just want to say thank you to everyone.
Well played again today. All the very best to you.
Thank you.
That was Nkrumah Bonner, the Sandals Player of the Match for today's game. Let's now move to the captain of Sri Lanka, Dimuth Karunaratne, who joins me. Dimuth, I'm sure you're probably feeling quite pleased after being shut out for 169. You clawed your way back into the game. What inspired that second innings batting effort?
Yeah, I think when we got out for 170, we knew we were far behind the game. But I think we talk about lots of things about these conditions, what we should do, what we should not to do. But I think the players who gained that advice really well, and if we took the batting we did in second innings, those are amazing. I especially thank to Thirimana. He done a superb job in the first innings as well, and even Oshanda and Gemma for in from the Pathum. I thought those are the crucial things. We moving forward. We need to those kind of innings. And Dikwella, as usual, now he was getting some runs on his name.
I intentionally didn't mention Pathum Nissanka as one of the standout players in this test match because I wanted you to tell me how special was that innings.
Yeah, I think in the first game he's playing in West Indies. It's not easy to face Rocha and Gabriel, Joseph and Holt. I think he was really calm and he batted really well. He knew what he's capable of. He had a nice game plan and he executed really well. And finally he paid off. I think he done a great job the last 3 years in domestic season. So that's why he got called. I think he grabbed both hands this opportunity.
Focusing on today, you needed 9 wickets to win this test match. When you reflect on the day's play, is there anything else you could have done to secure more wickets and to get yourself that win in this first test of the series?
Yeah, I think wicket was pretty flat even the first 2 days. I think we just need to put ourselves and bowl right areas. But we knew what capable of West Indies batsmen, so those can get the game out of us anytime. So that we want to in the safe place first of all. Then we want to at the same time we want to play better game and give some options for bowlers. But I think bowlers done really good job. They were hard out and bowled really well. Especially Bona batted really well on the second innings. Yeah, it's part of the game. Sometimes you trying too hard, but you can't get the wickets. But I think as a captain, I'm really happy the way the boys came back nicely.
Lastly, there's still a test match to be played in this series, but this draw for you, how would you view this in the context of Sri Lanka's tour so far?
Yeah, I think we knew now we knew how the wicket is behaving, and especially after the one-day series, we don't have any kind of thing what the Duke ball doing in these conditions. But we knew now what we're going to do and what we have to do, and the batters they have some runs under their names as well, and bowlers doing really well, and hopefully the second game is really crucial for us, and because we need to give our best and before we move to the Bangladesh series.
Commendations to you and your team in the manner in which you've fought back in this test match, and we wish you luck for the second one.
Thanks, Sir.
That was Dimuth Karunaratne, the captain of Sri Lanka. Moving on, we'll now ask the captain of the West Indies to join us, Craig Brathwaite. Craig, how are you feeling at this point in time?
Well, feeling good. Was confident, for the team to fight today. And, it's good that we could come up with a draw.
I spoke with you at the toss at the start of this test, and you mentioned that values like attitude and discipline were the sort of values that you're trying to inculcate in this team. How would you assess the way this test match has gone on those fronts?
Well, I'm very happy. I think yesterday evening really summed it up, for me. We had a tough time in the field, feed a lot of overs. And after tea, Kemar was leading the way, coming out with a positive attitude. Obviously, it was tired. And, we got a breakthrough. And from there, I think that summed it up for me. In terms of the amount of overs we had to field. And we still had that attitude, that we want to do it for West Indies, and I was quite pleased with that.
Would you say that you're satisfied with the end result, a draw?
Well, looking for wins, to be honest. Thought Sri Lanka, batted well in their second innings. So, satisfied in terms of the last day going in. We needed over 300 runs, they needed 9 wickets. So I was happy with the attitude we showed today and the discipline, from Bonner. Played a remarkable innings, but I know what he's capable of. He has my full support, so I was happy with the result. Coming into the last day, needing over 300 runs, I was happy that we came out with a draw.
Let's talk a little bit about your bowling. Kemar Roach, Jason Holder, they were your standout bowlers in this test match. Care to talk a little bit about their efforts and what's needed in preparation for that second test match?
Well, yeah, I thought Kemar and Jason, they led the way. With their discipline in terms of their lines and lengths. And, going forward, I just think in the second game, like in the second innings, we missed one or two chances, that would happen. But I just think we got to be disciplined in both innings. 'Cause obviously, you want to get 20 wickets. So, it's just for us to, go back to the drawing board, look at a few different plans where we could have done, little things differently. And come out again with the same attitude, because I'm quite happy with the attitude we have as a unit. And you just got to keep growing. We won't always get wins. But, as I said, I was happy that we came out, into this last day with a draw. It really showed the fight that this team has.
Many would say on looking at that second innings batting effort by the West Indies that you're building a strong character and reliability in the way batting is being shown in Test match cricket, that partnership between Kyle Mayers and Nkrumah Bonner. How would you describe that in the context of this series?
Well, I mean, it shows that the guys have a lot of fight. And, I mean, coming from Bangladesh, there's many times we bat over 90 overs. I thought today we batted close to 90 again, and that's a positive. And I think, those guys are leading the way. Bonner and Kyle Mayers, only in 3 games, but they're setting the, the standard high. And it's for all the batsmen, to follow, and the team. So I think there's a very positive step, for West Indies cricket. And once our attitude is right, the sky's the limit.
Finally, 3 days before that second test, what will be the focus from your team?
Well, of course, we want the boys to get a good rest. It's important we get some good recovery in. But, coming out into the second game, as a bowling unit, it's discipline. In between with some aggression. And for the batters to just have that attitude, have that determination like we showed today, like we showed in Bangladesh. I think those are key things. Test cricket won't always be easy. It will be tough. But that mindset, and Bonner and Kyle Mayers is leading the way. So we just have to follow.
Always a pleasure chatting with you, Craig. Your team deserve all the plaudits for this test match and the manner in which it has batted on this 5th and final day. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, man.
Nkrumah Bonner adjudged man of the match for his unbeaten 103. Both teams will do introspection and come back strong in that second test match in a few days' time. We'll take a short break and some more analysis on the other side.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in Antigua. The match is drawn, the first Sandals Test match of this series. Sri Lanka, remember, were bowled out for 169 on the first day. The West Indies compiled 271. Rakeem Cornwall got 61, a 5-wicket haul for Suranga Lakmal. Then Sri Lanka stormed back into the contest, 476 all out in 149.5 overs, and the West Indies batted out the final day, 236 for 4, and Nkrumah Bonner with his maiden Test match 100. Hard to tell how West Indian supporters are feeling, and I'll try to put it into context with this young-ish West Indies batting lineup. Samuel Badri is alongside me. Samuel, a draw, how does it stand?
I think it was a good result for the West Indies. I know that there might have been some supporters on the back of that Bangladesh win thinking about going for the win here today, but I think that they did the right thing. They batted through as long as they could. They got themselves set, and they took it hour by hour, by session, and in the end they were able to stay there for a draw. So for me, it is a pleasing result for the West Indies.
Just wanted to get that wide shot so you can see we've been joined by the West Indies coach, Phil Simmons. Phil, the last time you were over here, I was a little bit intimidating because you weren't smiling with me. I don't know now if it's a smile or a grimace. How are you with the draw?
A little less at the wide shot, huh? Nah, it's a big. I think for us as a coaching staff, I think this is even bigger for us than the wins in Bangladesh. I say from the point of view that, you know, it's been a long time since we've been able to bat a day without fighting for result, without having in Bangladesh we chased and we knew what we were going at. Here we had to bat and bat properly. I mean, it's great to see the way how Bonner batted again, and I think he deserved 102 Test matches ago, but he got it today. But just the way that the guys put their head down and batted is pleasing to us in the fact that we couldn't win. At the end of the day, after lunchtime, we decided, well, look, we couldn't win and we needed to bat. So that's been great to see.
I have no problem with not going for the 341 in a day on a last day pitch. That is kind of steep, right? Before we look at that Nkrumah Bonner innings, one of the things, Samuel and Philip, that sort of stood out to me, in fact, we're going to talk about the Bonner innings and his defensive qualities, which you talked about.
Showed tremendous maturity, and his defense, he trusted it. And what I particularly liked about him was the fact that when he did get one or two balls that edge like that one, he put that behind him and he focused on the next challenge, the next delivery. And this is what Test match cricket is about. It's about testing your mental fortitude, testing your patience, testing your skill. And he came out of this Test match in this innings with really a tremendous reputation now that he's continuing to build in the infancy of his Test career.
Philip, at age 32, is there anything that we can glean from this example of someone who's come into Test cricket at that age and is showing this consistency?
No, I think the thing that we need to take from it is that age doesn't matter right now. Test cricket is about how you settle in, how you perform using your strengths. And he has started to trust his defense from Bangladesh, because the 290s in Bangladesh, it had a lot of what we saw today. And today he just carried on and he got to where he wanted to get to. So I think it says a lot for players' development, and sometimes players learn late. We learn something about late developers, and he could be one of them.
That's what I was coming to, Samuel and Philip. There has been a theory in the Caribbean that players given more time and entering the arena later in their development somehow, in some people's eyes, are more of the finished product, is what one theory that has been proposed.
Yeah, definitely, and it's about maturity, and like you rightly mentioned, different people mature at different stages in their career, and Nkrumah Bonner is one such example. He's taken a lot of time in first-class cricket before he's gotten to this stage, and what I particularly like is the fact that once he's gotten the opportunity, he's grasped it with both hands, and it's something that says a lot to the younger players and even the maturing players that, you know, your opportunity is just around the corner, and keep fighting, keep working, and when you do get it, grab it with both hands.
The team has batted almost 100 and more overs now, 3 times I think in Bangladesh, a couple of times close to 100 and more. Consistently now, that must be huge.
That is huge. That keeps getting better and better. For us to be batting over 100 is one of the things that we said. We're looking at 125 overs each innings, especially first innings now. We didn't manage that in the first inning, a few soft dismissals, but that's the mentality. I heard the skipper mentioning in his interview attitude, and that's the attitude we want in the team, that I'm going to stay there, I'm going to bat. Test cricket is about, Sammy mentioned there's no patience, but it's also about time. And the more you can bat time-wise, the more you give yourself a chance. And don't get me wrong here, it is very important to save a test match as it is to win the test match. And it gives me more joy knowing that we've saved the test match batting over 100 overs and than if we won the test match, because now we're maturing. We're understanding what the situation brings and what we have to do in the situation. So our attitude has changed. We want to bat that 100 overs. We want to stay at the crease. We want to spend time. Patience is important. So we're getting there.
And as you mentioned time, Bish, just quickly, sorry to cut across.
No, go right ahead.
But this is the longest inning in terms of ball faced by Nkrumah Bonner. And whenever you perform at the international level, there's some level of self-realization from a player that, hey, I belong at this level, I can perform at this level, and certainly we've seen that from Nkrumah Bonner across the Bangladesh series, and now in this series, certainly one who belongs here.
Just a reminder, I'm finding it hard to trust recently, but I was told that this is the first drawn test match the West Indies have played since 2018 when they played Sri Lanka in St. Lucia. So I hope that information is correct. You can tweet Samuel Battery if it's not a little bit later on. The bowling side of things, Philip, how did that go in this test match? I'm laughing because I've had a couple of bloopers already in the test.
Yeah, I think, as I said before, that we weren't as disciplined as we should have been. Yesterday, later on, before they declared, it was good to see the guys come out and put that effort to stop the run flow then. So the bowling, I think, is going to take care of itself, as in they've been the ones carrying this team for a while. And if they have one bad day or one bad match, we can't come on them. I know they're going to come back and come back strong, but we have to know that they're working hard, and they continue to work hard on their skills, and we see what happens in the next test match.
And that next test match, what are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to another enthralling contest. Both these teams seem to be quite evenly matched. A lot of young players, inexperienced throughout. So as long as both teams show improvement, they show players who continue to fight, continue to show that heart and that passion and representing their respective teams, I'm quite happy with that.
What do you want West Indian fans to know about this team that you're molding?
Well, the main thing is that we always try and go up 1% in whatever we've done. And after today, we're going to look at the areas in which we're going to go up 1% and try and improve. And one of the areas is to get 20 wickets in the test match, which is why we're playing, 5 out-and-out bowlers.
I was going to ask you that, actually.
I think that's the way we've got to play cricket. Jason is such a top-class all-rounder that we have the ability to do that. We have the ability more than some sides who are doing it. So because of his all-round ability, both with bat and ball, we can afford to do that. And that's something that we are trying to make sure that we do now. And it gives him the opportunity to bat at 6 regularly, whereas before the complaint was that he's bowling so many overs with 4 bowlers that he had to push himself down to 8 in order to get some rest, So it's good, and that's the direction we want to go in.
Philip, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on the guys batting as well as they have done. Samuel, thank you very much again for your important input. And of course, we hope that you've enjoyed it. We have the second test match of the Sandals Test Series coming up right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, 9:45 a.m. local time on Monday. And we hope that the weather will be set fair for that contest. I threw myself under the bus with those previous bloopers, didn't I? Hope you missed it. Don't miss the test match that's coming. Bye for now.
Yes! Come on! Come on! Yes! Yes! Come on! Come on! Yes! Come on! Yes! Come on! Hey, come on, Nick. Hey, come on, Nick.